Utah. This meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, Provo City Council, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. We begin with a roll call. Mr. Parker.
Wayne Parker.
Dave Connect.
David Harding.
Dave Sewell.
Kim Santiago. Luis Jorgensen.
Gary Williamson.
Kate Van Buren. Brian Jones.
Cliff Strachan.
And we have George Stewart by phone. Thank you, George. Mr. Stewart, and we excuse Mayor Curtis at this time.
He'll be here shortly.
He'll be here shortly. Okay. I will now ask Mr. Sewell to offer an opening prayer.
Heavenly Father, we're grateful to be able to be met together in this city council meeting. Thankful for the great residents of our city and the opportunity that we have to serve them. Please help us to have wisdom and understanding as we discuss the various items that will be on the agenda today, that we'll be able to make good decisions for the benefit of our residents. We are thankful for this food and ask that you bless it in the name of Jesus Christ.
Thank you. We'll now call for a motion to approve the minutes of the October 4th, 2016 work session and the October 10th, 2016 legislative breakfast meeting minutes.
I didn't attend the breakfast. We separated them, or should I?
I put you as excuse when you had that. So the
Okay,
new ones.
approve minutes.
To approve, sure, we can do them separately if you'd like. So we'll now approve the October 4th, 2016 work meeting minutes. Unless there's discussion or.
I think I forwarded one suggested change, but
Yes, we got that one uploaded too.
Was
okay.
that substantive or
And
just
we got yours also.
Okay.
And then it's still the night moved that we approve those minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Is there a second?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Those in favor? The voting is unanimous. George, are you approving the minutes?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Voting is unanimous. We'll now approve the work minutes of, the October 10th, 2016 legislative breakfast meeting minutes, unless there are any corrections to be made there.
Question. Was there a majority of the council present? I wasn't there.
We had Mr. Sewell, myself, Mr. Winterton, and were there four of us?
George was there.
And Mr. Stewart was there. So there were people. So, do you want to read for the voting on the minutes?
Yeah, I didn't want to vote on it because I wasn't there.
Oh, okay. All right, any other comments? We'll look for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Winterton. Is there a second? Mr. Sewell, those in favor? And were you not?
I was
Oh,
not
you
there
were there
as
either.
well.
Oh, okay. So, Mr. Stewart, are you in favor of approving the legislative breakfast minutes? Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Do you approve of the work meeting minutes for the legislative breakfast?
Yes, I'm having a hard time hearing, but yes, I approve.
Okay, sorry, I'll try to speak louder. Okay, so those in favor are Mr. Stewart, Mr. Winterton, Ms. Santiago, and Mr. Sewell, and those opposed are Mr. Van Buren, Mr.
I'm assuming they're
I'm sorry, abstaining, sorry. Abstaining are Mr. Van Buren, Mr. Connect, and Mr. Harding. Okay, so the first item of business is a discussion on land trusts in Provo. And Charlene Weil from NeighborWorks Provo is here to present on this item. This is something that we've talked a little bit about as a council, and Housing Committee has talked quite a bit more about this. And I don't know if we have Housing Committee members not yet. Thought some of them may come. Scott Loomis and Steve Lawrence are here from Park City, and they run a community land trust in Park City and have been instrumental in giving a lot of information. So we'll see today as well. And turn the time over to Ms. Weil.
Thank you. First order of business, how do you run this? Which button do I push?
Forward.
Okay.
Should be forward.
Okay. Should be.
Which means that you're done.
Right on. It's on the side.
Good, thank you. Okay, can you hear me okay? Okay, I am I'm Charlene Wild, Executive Director of NeighborWorks Provo, and I also sit on the Housing Committee. Can you hear me, Mr. Stewart? Okay, we are going to talk about community land trust today. But let me introduce NeighborWorks Provo for those that may be watching that are not familiar with our organization. We do new construction, we do purchase rehabs, we do a lot of counseling, we do homebuyer education, foreclosure mitigation counseling, reverse mortgage counseling, budget and finance counseling. We counsel close to 1,000 families a year in various financial capacities. We also do service projects within the city of Provo and within Utah County. I think it's important for us to look at the housing as it relates to income in our area. Utah County area median income at 100% is $67,600. And one of the questions that I think it's important for us to ask ourselves is, what does that purchase? Here in Utah County, that will purchase a home of 100% AMI of approximately $197,000. If you're at 80% AMI, you can purchase about $175,000. And if you're at 60% AMI, it's about $136,000. This does come directly from a local bank here in the community here. That's assuming no other debt. Things that can be a problem and that can reduce that are car payments. A lot of us have car payments, medical bills, credit card payments, and student loan debt seems to be one of the biggest ones that can be a deterrent to actually a family purchasing a home. Also, saving for a down payment is pretty difficult when you have these other items. And now that we've seen Obamacare and the increase in insurance this morning, a lot of us are kind of stunned at what we may be facing, either no insurance or very high cost insurance. So this can also be a huge deterrent to purchasing a home. So let's look at what that means as far as housing prices. Right now, as of Friday, the median home price in Utah County is $241,100. That does factor in all of the great big nice fancy homes that are going in various places, and some of the smaller, tinier ones in the southern part of Utah County. In Provo, it is $210,400 is your median price. In other words, half of them are lower and half of them are higher. Now let's look at the availability and the inventory of the housing market. In Utah County, there are currently 1,895 homes listed on the MLS. This was as of Friday. There's 1,505 of them that are currently under contract. The inventory is very, very small, and this is all of Utah County. Just in Provo, there are 152 listings, and 118 of them are under contract. So the inventory for a family to choose from is very, very slim, not only in this county, but in Provo itself. Now let's look at homes that are under 200,000 that the family between 60 and 100% AMI could afford. In Utah County, there are 158 homes on the MLS under 200,000. 121 of them are under contract. In Provo, there's 53 and 44 of them are under contract. There is just simply no inventory available for those who do want to purchase a home. Average days to contract. I thought, well, you know, it seems to me like we have to just run to get an offer accepted. And that is absolutely the case. In Utah County, a home goes under contract usually within 13 days. And in Provo, it goes under contract within 14. So we run pretty much close to the norm as far as Utah County, but 2 weeks. And a seller can generally, if they have it priced right, and it's in relatively decent condition, can get it under contract. Okay, let's look at methods of affordable creation. We have deed restrictions. Provo City's tried those, and they work very, very well up until about 2008. And then the economy crashed and the housing market took a tumble, and lenders would not lend with a deed restriction because they were getting too many of them back and they were causing some serious problems. Provo City, a few years back, repealed all of their deed restrictions, and I don't believe that they require that. There is the down payment and closing cost assistance loans that is still Provo City does provide. And those, I believe, do require that they be owner occupied. But once that home is sold, if it is sold to someone who does not get another down payment and closing cost assistance loan, that owner occupancy and deed restriction may in fact go away. There are also co-ops, owner co-ops, that we've never tried here in Provo, and they don't work real well anywhere else in the country. So we won't spend a lot of time talking about that. The next one is community land trusts, and that is where we want to focus most of our time. I think the most important thing is let's talk about what is a community land trust. It is a nonprofit organization that aims to provide long-term affordable home ownership opportunities by using a shared equity method. This is how it works. The land trust owns the land, and it keeps the land in the trust. The buildings and the improvements on top of the ground are then sold to the homeowner at only the value that only those particular improvements are worth. So the land stays in the trust, and they don't actually purchase the land. The governing document is the ground lease. It is a 99-year lease that is done at the time of sale, and it runs until the property is sold again. It is renewable again. If somebody happens to live beyond the 99-year situation, then it is renewable again. However, when the property sells to a new owner, a new 99-year lease is signed. So therefore, the stability of that ground disappearing out from under those improvements that somebody has actually purchased is slim to none. Then there is a resale formula at the time that someone wants to sell, and we'll go into that a little bit more, that determines the price and how much the current homeowner can take in equity and how much remains to be passed along to the next homeowner.
Ms. Wild?
Yes.
Am I taking questions as you go, or would you like?
Sure,
Okay.
absolutely.
Just a clarification, it says a 99-year ground lease between CLT and owner. Owner, that's the homeowner,
That's
the
the
improvement.
Correct, the one that owns the home,
Not the land, okay.
not the land, correct. And so my first question was, well, how many of them are out there? We have one in Utah that Scott and Steve run beautifully, and it works great. It's been in 7 years. Am I correct? 7? Yeah, 7 years. Seems to be working beautifully. And I thought, well, how many else are out there? You know, is this a new concept? What's the situation? And we learned that there are 250 of them out there, and some of them have been in existence over 20 years. As you can see, there's the one in Park City in Wasatch County that we're very, very proud of. There is a new one being established in Moab, if I'm not correct. So this is a concept that is coming to Utah. And because affordability, we are a state that people desire to live in, and home prices are just escalating to the point where your family really struggles to become homeowners. Plus, students are coming out of college and want to become homeowners. And all of these articles that you read that says nobody ever, these kids don't want to be homeowners, I would beg to differ. We have a lot of tenants that say, I would love to become a homeowner, but my student debt is causing a problem for my DTI, and I just can't do it. I'll have to remain a renter for a while. So anyway, this is kind of a picture of where they are. What are some of the components of the community land trust? The purchaser of the improvements on the top of the land has to be income qualified. This is to provide an affordable homeownership opportunity. Those who can afford to purchase, $250,000, $300,000 homes, their incomes provide that. This is not for them. This is for a group of families who would be solid, contributing, stable anchor families if the housing market would permit that. They do have to be owner occupied. That is a stipulation that runs permanently with the property. There is a maximum sales price that is set by the CLT and to keep things affordable so that it can go on as an affordable homeownership option. And this creates permanent affordability and homeownership. There is no other mechanism that we could discover that would ensure permanent owner-occupied affordability. The key instrument here that I think we all have to understand is the ground lease. 99-year term, it is secured for the homeowner, and it is renewable for an additional 99 years. And you say, well, nobody lives 99 years, but you will find that sometimes the heir does have the ability to have the house upon the death of a family member. We'll get into that a little bit more, which could constitute an additional 99 years. Owner occupancy, I cannot say this enough. This is something that I think that we really strive for here in Provo. There's no subletting without the CLT permission. Now, this would have to be spelled out very clearly, but there needs to be something in there for our military people who get deployed for a few months, 18 months. I've seen commissions happen for 18 months, and for the potential of a religious sabbatical or an LDS mission where they could potentially get permission. But we don't want these families, if they're going on a mission, to have to sell their home. An elderly couple has to sell their home because they want to go on a mission, and they'll be back in 2 years. They want to come home. And so there needs to be that type of possibility there. Inspections, the CLT has the right to inspect the land. They don't usually inspect the inside of the home. The lease fee, there is a ground lease fee that comes with this, and it's generally about $50 a month. It's not intended to make a lot of money, but it does require some administration, and so there is a fee there. Taxes and assessments are paid by the homeowner. Now, we intend to work with Utah County to see if they will not assess the land. Right now, all the affordable homes that are in Provo are not on the tax rolls. So if we maybe negotiate with Utah County, most of the other counties, I know Wasatch does this, don't they? They will not bring the land on the tax rolls because the home is on the tax rolls. Improvements, the homeowner is okay to make improvements on the inside of the home, but they need to be minor improvements, a new kitchen, a new bathroom, carpet, paint, whatever the case may be. But to add a bedroom and a bathroom or a great big garage and shop, those things can cause the home to not be affordable anymore. And so those can only be done at the approval of the CLT, and then some serious analysis will be done to make sure that they stay affordable. This is one of the really awesome things of the CLT is that there is a maintenance reserve. We would ask the home buyers to pay $35 a month into a maintenance reserve. And what that does is that provides for large maintenance items. The roof has a hole in it. There's, something happens to the water heater, something that would cause potential additional structural damage or would detour from basic living, that kind of thing. There's a leak in the water line, then this money could be accessed. This is not a pool. We do not take this homeowner and this homeowner and this homeowner and put it all in a pool and say, okay, here you go. It is separate. It is handled on a separate situation. And once the homeowner leaves, then that money is theirs. Financing, not all mortgages are permitted under the CLT. You can't do, interest only, a 5-year ARM with a balloon payment at the end. Those are not good solid mortgages. And so Fannie Mae dictates, and the other lenders dictate that there's only certain mortgages that are permitted. And they are defined by the lease. Now there is a possibility of doing transfers, and that is if someone passes away, the heir can move into the home. They can sell it too, but if they sell it, it has to go to another qualified buyer and go through the same steps as if it was a basic sale. The buyer does have to be income qualified, and the CLT does have option to purchase the home. Or they can sell, and we've discussed that. Now, there is a resale formula, and there are 3 basic resale formulas. What is a resale formula? Well, the resale formula is specified, and it's the sales price, and it preserves the affordability of the home. So you basically start with the original sales price, and you have an agreed upon amount that the seller is going to be able to keep, and then the rest of it is passed along to the next homeowner to maintain affordability. And I know that sounds complicated, and quite honestly, it kind of is. But there are 3 basic types of resale formulas. There is the appraisal-based, and we'll talk about that in a minute. There's the fixed rate, and there is the index-based. The appraisal-based is tied directly to the appraisal value of the home. The seller receives the original price of the home, plus an agreed-upon percentage based upon an appraisal at the time of sale. So everything is done based on appraisal. There's an appraisal done when you buy the house, there's an appraisal done when you sell the house, and there's an agreed-upon percentage that family gets to keep and take with them when they sell the price. The standard percent is 25%. The other 75% is passed along to the next homeowner to keep it affordable. The fixed rate is where the family just kind of accumulates a basic percentage every single year. And this is the one that Mountain Lands uses in Wasatch County. Their home prices are really, really high. I think, Scott, you told me 1.6 million is the median price?
For a single family resident.
Yeah, for a single family resident, 1.6 million. So they use a 3%, so family can earn up to 3% a year. Down here, our values are not quite that high, and so we have to be very careful for those things not to intersect. And so this one may not be the one that we would want to look at. There's also the index-based, where the resale price is not more than the original affordable price, but then it is increased based on an index rate or an AMI or CPI. This tracks really well with income. Oftentimes, at one particular point in the CLT, maybe for a 4 or 5 year time frame, one index works, and then something happens in the economy. It could be good, it could be bad. A factory moves in, and all of a sudden, 8,000 families move in. You may have to change this. You don't change it for the families that already have it, but you may have to, as a CLT, move to a different formula. There are lenders available. Fannie Mae buys these loans. They are the secondary market for this. And they dictate the ground lease. This is not something you get to make up as you go. There's a lot of documents and forms that are dictated by Fannie Mae, and so everybody just basically uses the standard forms. There are 2 banks that will broker and fund these. Washington Federal is already in place and funds them all over the nation. Bank of American Fork is also in the process of stepping up to the plate to fund these mortgages. Okay, foreclosure. That was my next question. What happens when foreclosure happens? The housing market tanks and there's a potential foreclosure. And I thought, well, what was the statistics back in the 2008 to 2011 timeframe? When the U.S. rate of foreclosures was 8.8%, CLTs was 1.3. That is a huge difference. These are families that are being able to stay in their homes and not have to move. And I thought, why? Why is there such a difference? And it's because the CLT provides a safety net. First off, homebuyers education is a requirement. They have to take a very extensive homebuyers education. They learn that paying their mortgage payment is very, very important and how to manage money. Because it is a safety net, we know when the family is possibly in distress. They have a hard time making that ground lease payment, or that $35 a month is becoming a problem. The CLT would get a notice of a notice of default. You usually have a lot of signs before it ever gets to that point. The CLT knows these families. They'll come in and say, hey, I'm really struggling, or so-and-so just lost their job, or our hours just got cut back, or my wife just got really ill and had to quit her job. You learn these things. There are remedies that the CLT can do to help a family. You can offer counseling. We have, as you know, we have helped probably over 1,600 families in this state stay in their homes. That's a lot. And we can possibly work with a modification to help them be able to afford their home. The CLT has the right to cure. In other words, the CLT can step in and make the payment catch them up. Oftentimes that's done with a rescue loan, where you would say, okay, yes, you need $2,500 to catch up your house payment. We're going to help you catch up. It's a short-term situation. They got laid off for 6 weeks. They've got another job, but they got behind, and you catch them up and you give them a rescue loan, and they pay $20 a month or something like that. The CLT also has the right to buy the mortgage. Most of the time that's never exercised because we usually don't like to buy a horse that's running last in the race. But the CLT has the right to actually purchase the home, and you can purchase that we could purchase that for the price of the mortgage. If the bank, it gets to foreclosure and there's just nothing that happens, and the bank forecloses on that house, which generally they don't like to do, and they will just about avoid it at all costs. But if they do foreclose, then they can sell to anybody, and you need to be aware of that. But the ground lease is no longer the $50 a month either. It goes to market rate. And so that is not, the bank doesn't like to go that direction, because most people that can afford it at a market rate will just go buy on the open market. So they oftentimes tend to want to work with you to keep it in the affordable area. Mortgage loans are secured by the properties held by the CLT, and there is, Fannie Mae comes in and looks at the organization, and they want to know organizational capacity. Do you know how to do affordable housing? What is your financial viability? And are you prepared to use their ground lease documents and this kind of thing? NeighborWorks Provo fits that bill. We meet that very well. We have people on staff who know how to do this. We will be potentially hiring a new individual. Our financial viability is incredibly strong right now. We have grown significantly. Obviously, you know, Central Park Station's going in. We have other very, very large projects going, and we have grown significantly. The advantages of this particular thing over other homeownership methods is the utilization of that ground lease. That is the dictating document that sets forth how everybody works together. We have control. The CLT would have control over transfers. So it's not going to be able to be sold to an investor or a market rate, you know, somebody who just wants a cheap house, but they make $200,000 a year. You have control over encumbrances. So to go out and get a HELOC is not an option and run this thing to the point where it's not affordable anymore. You have control of the sales price so that it stays affordable. It is owner occupied permanently. And I think that is one of the main things that I want to continue to point out. There is the maintenance reserve that I thought was a fabulous idea. When I was first starting out, if I would have had $600-700 tucked away to replace a hot water heater, I would have thought it was manna from heaven, because we went to RC Willey and got a loan, and I mean, that's what we did. There is, yes,
Are these, the replacement, is the CLT responsible for replacement, or is the homeowner responsible?
the homeowner is
So if they're short
responsible.
on their funds,
They
then
pick up the difference.
they have to pick up the difference.
Correct. They just simply have these funds available. So if it's not enough, then they're gonna have to pick up the difference. But at least it's something.
Seems like it's $35 a month, it would be a year before they really have anything to do.
Absolutely. You're
Very much.
absolutely right.
10 to 25 years, you only have $10,000 roughly for a roof replacement.
Yeah.
Did you say that goes back to the owner when they sell?
Correct.
So effectively, if you sell before you have to replace a roof, you never raise enough money to replace the roof.
Potentially. It generates stewardship, and NeighborWorks Provo is a partner with Grounded Solutions Network. They just had a week-long conference in Park City where all of the CLTs are members of this, well, most of them are members of this organization. And NeighborWorks Provo is on their steering committee and represents the Rocky Mountain area. So a great big swath in the United States is what we will be a spokesperson for that. Our proposal to you is we are asking for your support to stabilize and create permanent home ownership in the neighborhoods of Provo by authorizing NeighborWorks Provo to move forward with establishing a community land trust. Our goal is to have this a self-sustainable land trust within 5 years. Now, as a nonprofit, we don't want to take on something that requires constant subsidy. I believe that the council probably feels the same way. You want to invest in something that's self-sufficient. After a while, you have startup costs and you have to get it going, but it needs to have a goal of self-sufficiency. According to the training that we received in Park City, the floor of self-sufficiency is approximately 50 homes. Reason being is there are ground leases that are paid, but at $50 a month, that doesn't provide for much. And so when a home turns, then you generally charge a transaction fee. The standard seems to be approximately $1,200 to $2,000 as a transfer transaction fee. But you've got to have some turnover to be able to generate those dollars. We would like, first off, to ask Provo City Council if you are interested in moving forward. And because we as an organization have invested approximately $5,000 at this point to even investigate this and work with the Housing Committee, first off, for us to look at this. We would like to ask that if you are interested, that we currently, as of a meeting about 6 months ago, learned that we have $90,000 tucked away that has been allocated to NeighborWorks Provo that is currently unused. We would like to use that for startup costs and for early administration. We will ask in the FY 2017 and 18 for additional children funds, which we normally ask for anyway, to offset the expenses that will be necessary to get this thing going. We will bring money to the table as well. The level and detail of this at this point, we haven't done because I just need to know if you're interested in moving forward. But we will bring money to the table. We have already, and we'll do that. We would ask that we take 10 of the homes. We currently have 14 homes in Provo that we have partnered with Provo City. We would like to move 10 of them to the CLT model. We would also like to take, so we would sell them. And for instance, if there was a home that was valued at 200,000, please don't hold me to any of these numbers because every home is going to be different. But for instance, if the property is worth 50,000, we would sell the home for 150. We would take that 150 with NeighborWorks Provo's funding and buying power. We would fill in the other 50, go buy another house and do the same thing. Then we would get 100,000 back. Again, with NeighborWorks filling in not the $50,000 gap now, but the $100,000 gap. And we would potentially turn one home into 4. And that's how we want to grow this. And so therefore, we are asking that you grant us not only those 10 homes to go forward, but to grant us the residual value to grow this and bring more home ownership to these neighborhoods on a permanent basis. And then we will, beginning January, use the rent to move that forward as well. We would like to try to sell these homes to the people that are in there and turn them into homeowners, and then go out and start creating some more homeownership opportunities. That concludes my presentation. Questions?
What restrictions do we have on those 10 and 14 homes right now? Those 14 homes right now, are there restrictions on those that we have?
Restrictions meaning income restrictions?
Yeah, well, no. Was the money supposed to go back to Provo City?
Correct. What happened was we purchased those at about the 2007 timeframe. We tried everything under the sun to get them to sell, but the value had dropped by about 35%. And so now it's starting to catch up, and it's to the point where, yeah, we could probably, there's a couple of them that are still upside down, but we could just about get ready to go ahead and sell them, turn the money back, and we could move forward. But that, again, doesn't accomplish permanent home ownership. They can be, and then they're back into the basic cycle of, yeah, they're owner occupied that first go around. And then after that, it's all bets off.
So the CLT basically becomes a homeowners association for that ground, for the common ground. Is that kind of
correct? It's managed by the nonprofit board. It is its own entity, correct?
So they become a kind of like a homeowners, and do they look to maintain the homes? I have some concern that that because they don't actually own the ground, it's less of an incentive. This is not, well, it's only partly mine. You know, the thought of this is only partly mine. So I don't know that the maintenance stays up, and they don't check the insides. They only check the outsides, and there is a little concern with that. I've lived in a homeowners association where there just does not, even though you might own the home,
there's not as much incentive to keep it top notch.
Exactly.
Is that what you're trying to
That's
say?
what I'm
You know what? I'm going to call Scott up here and ask him to answer your question. He's got 7 years of experience. Let's ask him that.
And are those after 7 years, and how long have they, I look for redevelopment. I wonder about redevelopment, because nothing's going to last 99 years.
Right.
And how hard will it be to redevelop?
Go ahead.
Yeah, and those are good questions. And that's one of the reasons we like the community land trust model, because we have sold homes where we had lots that we put deed restrictions on. When you have a deed restriction, whatever those deed restrictions say, you're limited and you can't enforce them because people own the home subject to those deed restrictions. Where with a CLT model, if somebody is not maintaining the home, particularly the exterior of the home, you can require them to maintain it. And if they don't, they're in breach of the lease, which means they could sell it. You could force them out of that home. And with affordable housing, there is that stigma that somehow they're not kept up, or they're the less desirable in the neighborhood. It is not technically an HOA. You have control. Usually the homes are within a neighborhood that has an HOA. And we're proud to say that everything we have, we maintain probably better than most of the homes in the neighborhood. One other thing that can be done, and this is the way we do it, on the maintenance reserve. We do have it stay with the home. So it does accumulate over years. So that new roof, if somebody moves out in year 8, there's money that stays there if they haven't used it for something else. And we look at that as a long-term investment in that home so we can maintain it. And then as far as the interior goes, usually when there's a resale, there's a formula in there where the home is inspected. If they haven't been maintaining it, if it needs carpet replacement, if they can sell that home for $200,000 under the formula, you can deduct the amount of that or do an arm's length transaction with the next buyer who basically gets a reduced price because that home has not been maintained. So it's a great vehicle that provides you a lot of control and a lot of long-term stewardship that a deed restricted home just simply does not.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
If, so as you mentioned too with redevelopment, what if the home just really needs to be, torn down and build a new home? How do you do that and maintain it at an affordable level still?
Yeah, and that's another good reason too, because basically what you're doing is you're investing community resources into acquiring this land or acquiring these homes. So you want to maintain control of that. And oftentimes in 30, 40 years, certainly 50, 60, 99 years, who knows what's going to happen. But since you own that land, you can make that decision. We're going to tear this home down and build a new home. We no longer need these homes. We're going to sell it as a market rate home and or sell the lot. So you have control to do whatever you want to do. Where again, with a deed restriction, if somebody's unwilling to sell it, unless you buy it, when they do decide to sell it, you really have no control over that.
So that the homeowner is following all the rules, and how would you say, well, we're just gonna sell it or, tear down the house from start? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and normally you would do that when they want to sell it. So if they're willing to stay in that home and you don't want to disturb that right to occupy it. So when they sell it, that's the time you would make that determination. Do we want to tear this home down? Do we want to renovate the home and put more resources into it and sell it as a good home? Yes.
And the land trust has the option of being the first buyer, so you could buy that home and therefore, if you had plans to do something with it, you would be in control of it completely.
Yeah, and the other nice part about it too is with the deed restriction, unless you get in the chain of title, you can't make those changes. But in this case, since you have the right of first refusal, you can purchase that if you decide the formula isn't working, if you decide that you do want to put some money into the home, or sometimes the prices get. The way I look at the resale formula is you try to set it up so maybe a first-year school teacher can purchase it today, and you hope that in 10 years, another first-year school teacher will be able to purchase that same home. So if you get out of whack with the pricing, you can make those adjustments every time there's a sale by either executing a new lease and or getting entitled and improving the home or putting more money into the home or reducing that price if you want to.
What would it, just to follow up on your what would a situation be where you would buy the house to knock it down? If you wanted to redevelop? Yeah, I mean.
Gary brought up redevelopment.
So it'd be through redevelopment then. So we'd basically be saying, we're gonna pay you $250 for it, they're gonna knock it down. I don't know.
It could be. Yeah, and again, you have the flexibility to do whatever you want. So let's say you have a home that's already 30 years old that comes into the CLT, and 50 years from now, it's basically it's in a neighborhood where the homes are better maintained, or they've already ripped them down and rebuilt newer homes, and it just doesn't fit. I mean, you assume the market is there, so you might buy it for $250,000, but if you put a new home in there, chances are it'll be worth at least that much, if not more. So you're reinvesting and then getting that money back when you resell it, if that's what you choose to do. Yes.
So I like the idea of the maintenance fund actually staying with the property.
Right.
Because if it didn't, and the person moves and takes the money with them and didn't replace the roof, and the next person comes along, and before you know it, the roof needs to be replaced, and they don't have the money.
Mm-hmm.
So having it stay would be great.
Yeah, and to me, that's when people start paying this $35 a month, they come in and say, oh, I have to replace a tile on my kitchen counter. I mean, that's home ownership, that's maintenance that you normally do. So you don't do that. So you save it, and you can put whatever you want in the restrictions. But replacing a carpet is normal fair wear and tears, which the homeowner needs to do. But if you want to look at the exterior, it needs to be painted every 10 years, or the roof, particularly you want the outside appearance to look good. So you can set it up any way you want with what they can do and what they can't do with it.
I see that you've got it set up so that you can't make so much, you can only make so much to keep the housing affordable on the sale. What happens if the market drops?
Well, we use in Park City both for deed restrictions and CLT 3% appreciation, or 3% maximum increase in sales price. It's not guaranteed. And one reason we like that is the appraisal formula. Sometimes if the market goes up, and let's just use 200,000 as the base price. If the market goes up and you use the appraisal formula and it goes up to $300,000 and they get 25%, then that house becomes $225,000. If the market continues up, it basically becomes unaffordable. Where with the 3%, you're assuming that wages are keeping up, used to be an assumption, but that house is going to be affordable for that same group of people that you originally targeted. So there's, and I've seen examples, Burlington, Vermont, which is the largest and one of the first land trusts in the country, they use the appraisal formula. And they did have a lot of people underwater because the appraisal went down, and they basically had to subsidize. And the problem that they have is as their homes increase in value, they have to resubsidize and resubsidize and resubsidize, where the 3% formula, we've got 178 homes that we monitor and provide stewardship for, and there's never been a need to resubsidize. So personally, that's one I prefer. I agree with Charlene that you have a little different market here, but I think that's something you need to consider very hard. And the other nice part about not having an appraisal is you know what the price is. We have a price calculator that the price goes up every year. If you want to go back and look what it's going to be, or look at it in 2 years from now, you can determine what that price will be. Or with an appraisal, you never know until you get that appraisal. And that does add expense to everybody. Any other questions?
So, any other questions? I do like Scott's idea of it running with the property. That always doesn't. Some of them give them back. So, any other questions? Yes.
Just a thought on that. I think could be done multiple ways. A house with a brand new roof is going to appraise for a higher amount than a house that has a 30-year-old roof, and so some of that's kind of already built into the sales price of these properties. So you could allow them to take their money back out at the end, but knowing that now the person going into it's going to need to replace that sooner, and so anyway, there's different ways.
There's different ways to approach it. You're absolutely right.
And if it's a use it or lose it kind of scenario, then people may be more tempted to make sure that they're not, when they move, they're not leaving a big pot for the next.
Try to consume it.
Right.
You might be right there. Okay, my question to the council is, do we move forward? I believe the housing committee has a recommendation.
And when we formed that housing committee, one of the most important things for that housing committee to consider was what are the tenets of a healthy and balanced neighborhood. As we looked at that, we felt like the home ownership is key to healthy and balanced neighborhoods as we've looked through some of the information. And it's in our, I was going to say, but in the Vision 2050, we also have a little part in there that talks about, well, there's several parts in there that talk about encouraging home ownership and I think this is a way that I was really excited when Charlene brought this to our attention. I hadn't heard of it and was really excited when she brought it to our attention. So I ended up going to Park City to their convention. They had a land trust convention up there, and I realized that our reasons for using this may be different than everybody else in the nation even, because what I foresee us using this is to infuse homeownership into the neighborhoods. And I feel like we have affordable housing. We do have a good amount. We have more than anyone in the county by 3 times more than anyone in the county of affordable housing. But what we don't have is that sort of home ownership in the neighborhoods. We're 52%. I noticed in the southeast neighborhood plan, it said that we have 52% renter occupied housing in Provo, and that doesn't count the single family homes that are being used as rentals as well. They didn't have a way of calculating those in, and so we know that our rental population is really high. What we're lacking is more home ownership and some of that stability in our neighborhoods, and I think every neighborhood could benefit from having homes that are going to be guaranteed homeowner occupied for the life of the home. It's just a way of infusing these neighborhoods. So that was really exciting to me. I think that some of the focus at that conference was more, how do you prevent regentrification from pushing affordable housing out of your urban areas? And we've seen that we do have affordable housing in our urban area, but what we're lacking is the home ownership piece. And so this is just one really good tool in my mind of infusing and taking homes that are currently rentals that we're partnership in and making them homeowner occupied in perpetuity. So
I've talked to several constituents who are currently renting and would like to purchase a home in Provo. They're not necessarily looking for a suburban home. They're looking for something a little more in the city, and they are not finding those affordable homes. And so some of what would potentially be an affordable home is being used as multiple rental units, and they can't compete against that. So I do think that I like the land trust model for that reason, that even when there are these pressures that they may make it very difficult for even median income people to purchase homes in the city. This gives carves out a space for them. I'm curious, maybe something that the housing committee can take a look at when we talk about healthy and balanced. Is it true that every neighborhood could benefit from more home ownership? I'm wondering, do we have neighborhoods already that are 95% owner occupied, and do we find that moving them to 97%, is that going to make it more healthy, more balanced, more stable? Is it a thing where we don't want rentals anywhere, and the more we can push to home ownership everywhere, that would be a good thing? Or is it that there's a ratio, there's a balance at which once you fall under, now things start becoming unstable? I mean, is there a healthy, I would really tend to believe that there's a healthy amount of rental units in a community because people are at different life stages. And it's only when that kind of gets out of balance that we start losing some of the stability in some of our neighborhoods. So that's something that maybe the housing committee can take a look at.
Yeah. And I'd like to welcome the mayor to the
Sorry,
meeting.
I was trying to sneak in without
Yeah,
being
no.
obnoxious to Charlene.
Go ahead. It's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Join us for that. Mr. Stratton.
Council, I think the request was whether or not there should be a partnership with NeighborWorks on this community land trust, and I think that it's probably a reasonable request, but there's details that were provided to council here that were not part of the discussion at the ad hoc, that perhaps should be laid out in more detail. And if there is going to be a partnership and some kind of effort, that more groundwork get done, and then a a more formal proposal come back to council. One example of that, for example, would be the homes that are already in the partnership, and this idea that they would be given over to NeighborWorks. I think there's some issues that probably have to be worked out, and I think you could give a motion if you're favorable to working on that. You could indicate the direction, and then give staff and NeighborWorks and the legal and all that more time to work out some details and come back, so you can make a fuller considered decision on where you want to go with it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I know that in our housing committee, we didn't get the full detail of everything, but what they did get, the housing committee was unanimously in favor of both the CLT and NeighborWorks being able to those.
So the advantage is that the person is not having, the reason it's affordable is because the person doesn't have to buy the ground.
Correct.
And so they're basically, if you're 80-20, if 20% is ground, can they still get 135 for the ground? Okay, so they're not buying, okay. So that as you're doing that, are there still lenders that will pay the 85? Do they pay 100% up for their home? That lenders will give 100% on the house without the ground? Or
Correct.
I'm trying to figure out what the advantages are for them.
There are two lenders, like I said, Washington Federal and Bank of American Fork, that understand this concept. And they will loan, it's a basic mortgage, but they will loan only based on the improvements on the top of the property. And so it's appraised accordingly.
And is that, will they loan up to 100%, or are they still down to 80%?
95?
Will they loan 95% on those?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And some will even loan more. Yeah.
So part of our homework was to read the Vision 2030, 2050 documents. And so I'd like to read out of Vision 2030, Section 2, Land Use and Growth. The very first goal is protect existing owner-occupied housing in neighborhoods and encourage an increased percentage of owner-occupied or long-term residency housing in Provo neighborhoods. Under that is Objective 2.1.2, develop strategies to increase owner occupancy or long-term residency in the city's residential neighborhoods. And this particular version has the action steps. I don't know if you got that copy. And the action step, one of them listed here, is encourage working relationships with Provo Housing Authority and NeighborWorks in Provo to promote owner occupancy in the city's low-density residential neighborhoods. So I think what's being proposed here fits completely with what is envisioned in the document, and I'm in favor of exploring in more detail what's being offered.
Mr. Smith? I just wanted to add, and I think this relates to Mr. Harding's point that he made, that this seems like a really good tool to me to focus on our more troubled neighborhoods. I think there's some areas where this could really have a great benefit, and other neighborhoods that probably don't really need it. So that would be my hope, that we can focus on where it's doing most.
Other questions or comments, or
George?
if you'd like to jump in? Mr. Stewart, did you have a comment on this? Can you hear us well enough?
It all sounds in favor of moving ahead.
Thank you.
I mean, just assuming that more details will be a little more information on financially really what Provo City's going to done, some more specific dollars.
Correct, Councilman. We have not gone into that because we didn't want to go into all this effort. If the concept itself, and Cliff's absolutely right, we kind of came to you today saying, do you want more detail? Because if you do, then we will work with staff and the housing committee and work through those. But if you don't, then I'll do something else. That's kind of the situation there. So I appreciate his suggestion because that's exactly why we came here.
I feel conflicted about making that motion since I used to be with neighbor groups. So.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'll gladly make the motion that, we may need some help with wording, but I make the motion that we indicate our interest in further exploring a community land trust with NeighborWorks Provo.
Is there a second? Mr. Stoll, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The voting is unanimous in the affirmative. Thank you, Ms. Wild. We appreciate the time, effort, and money, and everything else that you put towards getting to this point, and really appreciate all your work, and appreciate Mr. Lewis and Mr. Laurent for being here
They've been very
as
helpful.
well. Yeah,
They really
they
have.
took a trip with Charlie, Park City, to meet with them, and they did take a lot of time to share information with us, and I just think this can be an incredible tool for our city, so I appreciate you both coming down. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wild. The next item is a discussion regarding the ad hoc housing committee recommendations, and there were just two of them. The one was the housing committee recommendation to look into support the recommendations been made today by Ms. Wild. We've already sort of addressed that one. The other one was a list of questions that the housing committee came up with that we'd like to have actually the West Side Committee entertain. And I think Vice Chair want to compared to the other. Yeah, that would be good. So Mr. Mumford's going to present this part.
Okay. Thank you, Council Chair Santiago. I wanted just to take a brief minute. These policy questions that were sent, and I'll pull the policy questions up here in a minute, were the result of a discussion about the transfer of development rights, also known as development credits. And I wanted to kind of just give a brief explanation about what those credits are and how they could potentially work in Provo. The way it works is, considering the west side of Provo, say that the council were to establish a hypothetical boundary where they indicated that on the west side of this boundary, they were going to make that land agricultural and preserve it in perpetuity as agricultural land. And on the east side, they were going to make it R110 or something more dense to where it was going to be eventually developed. If the council was to move forward in this direction, the way that the transfer of development credits work is that there are sending zones and then there are receiving zones. The sending zones, because they're going to be preserved as agriculture, you would be able to sell potentially and give those transfer credits to these people in the sending zones to sell to developers for use in receiving zones. And these are all completely hypothetical. I was just trying to use this map as a way of explaining the concept. And so what you do is there's these sending zones can transfer those credits to these receiving zones. And so developers who are going to develop a project in some of these receiving zones can go and approach these landowners on the west side of this hypothetical boundary and buy some credits wherewith they could make a more dense project in those receiving zones. And so that's why we came up with those credits. And some of the benefits of this are that it provides some certainty to those landowners. If you live on the west side of that line, you're going to know that your land is never going to be anything but agricultural. But we're giving credits to those people, so it increases potentially their ability to sell that land if they choose to sell that land in the future, or they can sell those credits. And if they ever sell that land after that, they know it's not going to be anything but agricultural. It allows for conservation so that the council can indicate areas that they'd like to conserve. I know some of the interest of some west side owners is to conserve their land as agricultural. And there's some equity in creating those development rights because it can potentially increase the value of the agricultural land. Some of the potential cons is that the council has to make the designation and it might not be very popular with some of those residents. There may be some people on the west side of that line that have wanted to sell their land and to develop their land. They can no longer do that. There may be some people on the east side of that land that want to continue farming. That actually they could continue doing, but they would have the potential in the future to sell their land and know that it's going to be approved for a higher designation on for more dense land, excuse me. Dave.
I would just throw out a plan B, an alternate.
Sure.
I mean, I like your presentation.
Well, it's just, this is all hypothetical and it's not, anything that I'm tied to.
So in lieu of perhaps having a bright line, there may be either a meandering line or just pockets where there's a significant portion that wants to stay agricultural and we plan around it. But all these other principles still apply.
True. I mean, you can make it organic if you want to and allow it to happen as it happens.
So theoretically then, for this to work, it seems like density has to be included. Because it doesn't seem like it's going to work if it's single family residence. On the development side, there's not enough money to pay to get any credits over here to get property for single family residence. I don't see the deals in the market to.
That's why you would need to designate receiving zones, areas where you feel like these credits can be used to make more dense land use. Does that make sense? There have to be, so community development would be integral to this because they have to identify areas within the city where that would make sense if we were to double the density of some of these areas. Does that make sense? And that's why the council and community development really need to work together to identify that land use that at least that's what staff feels is that this needs to be a well thought out process and a plan in order for these development credits to work. If we were to allow it to go organically, I don't know that we'll get as good of developments because we're not sure what areas are going to develop. So you could have 1 acre that develops at a time, or you could have the whole area that can develop at a time. That's why we feel like it might make sense to designate.
Well, I'm not advocating organic per se. I'm saying staff right now is trying to identify those current property owners who are interested.
Through the West Side Committee, I think, right?
Right. And based on where we find interest, we may form a plan based on that current interest, so that it's not really organic, but it's more flexible based on who's interested.
Yeah. And I think that's part of our recommendation is for the West Side Committee to work with community development to come up with a plan to move forward with.
Who determines the value of those credits and where can they come to? That becomes a challenge for me as I look at some of that is not even developable. And somebody may say, I want to sell all the credits I've got in there for some.
And we've talked with Mapleton City, and I don't know, were you going to address that, Cliff?
Yeah, I was going to say, in Mapleton, it's addressed, it becomes a market valuation. Somebody approaches someone who has sending property, if you will, sending rights property, and they will offer, it's kind of like water rights in some ways. There's a value on the market for them, and it may be higher at some times and lower at others. But the way it works is once an agricultural landowner sells that sells those rights, they're gone, and whatever they were worth is really up to the negotiations between the parties. And I would imagine though that as part of the process,
We're involved in that because if they're saying, I'm going to sell you all my rights to develop, what are those rights? Because those are determined by the city. They're not determined by the property owner.
they are, but they don't belong to, I mean, I don't think the valuation of that comes to the city in terms of those rights. I think what happens is the valuation comes to the city or the portion of the valuation comes to the city at some point when it becomes more higher property taxes or other values that come to the city because there are more people there. But the thing is it can be organic. This is just one tool that can help address some of the issues around the desire on some of the citizens to have retain their farmland and still and lose some of that that pressure, that economic pressure they get to develop their land.
I just see this.
They may want to
having
actually
be a
hold on to it.
Partnership with the landowner, the developer, and the city.
It is.
Because the city would have to say, you got this much right to develop.
I mean, the key,
Person behind you.
With evaluations, governments typically don't get involved with that. That's a market determination. So if I have an acre of agricultural ground and I have 3 development credits, 3 units worth, that's just on the market. What government needs to do is have it set up such that if somebody sells their rights, then we're talking permanently now, that agricultural land, there's some sort of conservation easement or something on the land that doesn't allow at a future date somebody to come back in and get those 3 development rights back because the TDR program goes away or something like
So
that.
do we determine that you've got three development rights? The city determines
The
that
city
you've got
determines
originally 3 determined. How many you've got?
you're going to
Yeah.
pass a
Based
pass
on
a
the densities.
statutory framework that creates the rights and how they're bought and sold and what they're used for afterwards.
I see that as a bit of a challenge because somebody right next to say, my ground really should have 4 and the others, well, that's
Well,
only
you
half.
establish how many credits per acre, like you indicated. Potentially you could do 3 per acre, you could do, 1 for every 5 acres. It just depends on how the council wants to do it. And then those rights can then be used on properties in these receiving zones and other areas throughout the city. But it's not up to the city to determine the value of those credits. That's up to the market.
I can understand that.
And it can be as simple as, really, again, it's a statutory tool that you can create that will allow you to address some of those issues. In some areas, Mapleton, for example, had decided that they wanted to conserve their hillsides. And so they created a conservation zone that they designated straight out. And they said that's the sending zone. The receiving zone is certain agricultural land down on the main area. They couldn't go into established developed areas and transfer those rights. The council would be able to make whatever designations it wants to make it as flexible or as firm as it wants. You could say, you know what, as council, we want to deem the entire area agriculture. We'll set it up that way, or you can set it up to opt in. So there's lots of flexibility in how it's designed. But given that agriculture keeps coming up as preserving agriculture keeps coming up, not only from the Envision Utah, the ag report we saw from the commission, but also in terms of development, this is just one tool that you can use to try and address it. And I think it's an excellent tool. Lots more work has to be done in terms of how you define it and employ it.
Gary, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I can't see me back here. One concern that we need to keep an eye out for as we do it, though, is what we wouldn't want is one person with a, say, a 1 acre little piece, they want to do it, and then everybody around them doesn't. And so we have this agriculture conservation on a 1, 2, 3 acre piece that's now going to be surrounded all by residential. We're setting ourselves up for, another pig farm situation or something like that. So whatever happens needs to happen in sizable chunks that are contiguous.
And that was one of the questions the housing committee raised too, is there a way, do you want to read those questions? Yeah, because that's kind of a nice segue into those.
Just an observation. I mean, the council creates development rights every time you rezone, right? I mean, that's the essence of what you're doing. And so the question here is, can you relocate those rights? And it's as important to establish a receiving zone where you're willing to tolerate higher density as it is to create the sending zone. And so again, and to some extent, based on the receiving zones you set, it determines the market value of those rates. If you have very small receiving zones with very low tolerance for higher density, those credits aren't worth very much. If you have larger receiving zones where you're willing to tolerate a lot more density, then all of a sudden those credits become very valuable. So again, just the economics of it are created by, as Brian suggested, your statutory framework. So you just want to make sure you kind of think through that whole process.
And I think the challenge there is, at least from discussions I've had on the west side in that area, there's not very many of those neighborhoods that want to have a apartment building with 20 acres.
But you could do, yeah.
To get the value enough for the
Yes.
farmer to give up his property.
That's right.
It's going to take that.
It's going to take that, right?
And that's something the council also says we're going to do it anyway, or we're going to, and then it.
Yeah, well, that gets back to Bryce's case. So it's hard to please everybody in this discussion. But if you came up with some things like the development you've approved at Celebration that has certain pockets of higher density and varying densities, that's sometimes a lot more tolerable than just dropping an apartment building or some townhomes in the middle of a single-family residential area.
It'd be interesting to see where Open City Hall comes back, if this is the first topic on that, the mapping, where people can say, this is where I'd like to see density or less density. Be interesting to see what kind of engagement we get on that topic and where people say they would like to see more density, if they want to see it at all. I think that would be really.
And something like this TDR, we could create as an issue area and put it out to the public again for more comment.
I've got lots of thoughts on this. I've been thinking about it for a few months now. Has been said. I agree that this is one tool that we could look to once we've decided what is our vision for the area. I think there are other tools, and we should take a look at which tool is going to best get us to where we want to be. Let's see. I should have started writing these down. One thing that's density is being thrown around is kind of like a very negative thing, and I think one of the problems is at least as I look around, a lot of the developments in Utah, density has been done so poorly. I think there's plenty of risk in density because it has been done so poorly, and I understand why people are very adverse. Because we can point at all sorts of examples of poorly done density and say, oh, that's not what I want in my neighborhood. I kind of want people to realize that density can be done well if it's in the right place, if it's done well. And so I think we need to be a little bit more thoughtful and not treat all density as being created equal, because it definitely is not. As was kind of said, the council creates development rights every time we rezone something. And one of the ways that we've been doing it so far is we rezone something, but we never bind future councils from rezoning it yet again. And what we're talking about here, by creating a marketplace, just like if the mint prints more money, it causes inflation and devalue it messes with the market. The same thing here. If we were to create a market where people can buy and sell, but then say that farmer sells off his rights and then later on comes back to another council in 8 years and says, hey, look, I've got this great land. It's not being very useful right now. Wouldn't it be great to rezone it? And so that's one difficulty that we have. I mean, if we're going to create these areas and say, okay, this is now a market where we can buy and sell, well, what happens when that a development comes in and says, well, we have 5 units to the acre now, but we've got this great development, this great ideas, but we can only make it pencil if we can get 3 more units in or 5 more units in. And it seems like routinely we've been saying, oh, well, this is supposed to be LDR, but yeah, we'll bump it up to MDR in order to allow this to go through because it's such a great idea. But if we start doing that, and it's not even us, it's the council in 6 years, that kind of undermines the marketplace. So the marketplace itself would have to be set up very carefully, and we'd have to figure out, like, are we going to try to bind future councils, and how is that going to work out? It's a fundamental change in how we do things now, where a piece of property in the middle of downtown is going to have a different value and different development rights than a property, at the mouth of the canyon. And so it's maybe the same acreage, but it's just done very differently. If we take the west side of this area that we're focusing on, the southwest area, and one idea for the transfers and whatnot is just kind of blanket say, okay, everything has 4 units to the acre, and now you can sell and transfer and do all of that. So that's one way to do it. But the more traditional way is to say, okay, this is undevelopable land, and so we're not going to zone it for development. And here's some land that probably is better for agriculture. So agricultural. So we're only going to rezone it for RA, whatever the designation is. It can only be 1 acre lots here. Now this is along a potential transit corridor, so we're gonna zone it to be LDR or something like that. And so by putting the zones down, we're creating the density credits, not uniformly, but already that's where. And how we do that affects the value of the land of the current owner. And so anyway, so just understand that setting up a market is a vast departure from the way that we have done things in the past. And some people are going to say, well, I want my land to be treated fairly, evenly, but it's always been, again, the landowner in downtowns has a different value than the landowner, somewhere else. So there are these imbalances. This may be a good tool. I want to get, as being on the West Side Planning Committee, I want to get some of the bigger questions answered. How much open space should we have? How are we going to afford that open space? What does that open space look like? Is it agriculture? Is it parks? Is it, so some of these big questions, and then let's decide which tool we want to move forward with. One final thought, and then I'll be quiet. We talk about affordability of housing. And we may have someone come in and say, hey, I've got this great development. It's going to provide some great housing, affordable housing that will be good for long-term home ownership and all of these things that you're looking for. In order to get it to pencil, it's going to be 7 units to the acre, but I've done it really nice. It's going to have a great community feel. And then we say, oh, well, if it's going to be 7 units an acre, you need to buy 3 development credits per acre from this farmer over here in order to get that to work. But the price of those 3 development credits from this farmer now makes these homes that could be affordable, makes them unaffordable. And so we just have to be careful of unintended consequences of any system that we want to pursue, and just make sure that everything has a trade-off. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Everything has a trade-off. Everything has a cost. And so let's just make sure that we fully understand the full costs and benefits of any potential.
So, didn't bring a pencil, so I didn't write down.
We can talk more offline as well.
But you did bring up a good point. Everything seems to be relative with land use, that the next council can change it and change it and change it. So what assurances do you have that anything is in perpetuity? And I would, I guess, illustrate that with create something on the west side and someone has sold their development rights, and then another council goes, oh, heck with that, we're just going to let them develop there anyway. All right. There's going to be an easement and an understanding. An easement on the property and an understanding in the community what that property's future is going to look like. And that same easement we ran into up by Timpview High School when somebody tried to do something that was against what the easement allowed. And if nothing else, you have public pressure to keep the council on the straight and narrow. So I would offer that. On the west side, we have a lot of sentiment that the west side is different. It's always been, you know, a little bit country. And so I see the reaction to density, which is not normally wanted in any neighborhood seemingly, but over there, there's quite a reaction to density, or what they think is dense versus what other people think is dense. And so there is a trade-off, like you say, and a balance. And I believe that we're going to find an equilibrium and a balance where people on the west side who say they want some open space, some agricultural, will see that there is a trade-off. If you're going to have that agricultural in perpetuity, then you're going to have some higher density somewhere in order to justify that trade-off and pay for it, because the developer in the end is the one who puts up the money. And while we as a city or a council could say, oh, boy, should be nice to have all of this area open space that currently has development rights. I mean, not everything does over there, but if we were to say this area, we just don't think it's gonna, we don't want it to develop, then if we're not using a tool like transferring development credits and creating sending and receiving zones, our only alternative is to find money, some money from somewhere to buy it, to keep it from developing and keep it as open space. And traditionally, we just don't have a lot of money, although that does raise the question, Wayne and the mayor, of will we have any money coming into the city? Will any of the Despain or any of the current properties that were with an easement be purchased, and will money come into the city because of that?
I, for the first time, heard today from a source that heard from a source that heard from a source that there was some potential of that. I don't have any way to know if that's valid. I will tell you this, that the amount of money that would come in would seem like a lot of money, but not go very far.
I believe currently the development rights on the land out there is A10 and A15. I think you're getting those designations right. So, I mean, right now, it's the general plan calls it to be residential, but right now the zoning is all agricultural. And you can kind of say, well, you know, it's not fair to say, well, we're going to leave this agricultural designation in place and not compensate you for the potential development. But again, that's how we had done it across the rest of the city. You have developers all the time come in and say, well, here's residential, R1 area, and I want to make it MDL. And we say, well, sorry, that doesn't meet this, or we're going to limit you to LDR, not MDR. I'm sorry if I misspoke. So we have done that in the past, and that's not that. I mean, that's how it's been done all across the country. And I'm not saying that that's what we should do. It's just I don't know if it's unnecessarily different or unfair to treat different areas on the west side differently depending on the potential developability of the land.
In order to do a survey on a land, you have to have a known fixed point that everyone agrees on is a true point of reference. And I think the same is true with our west side plan. We have to have some things that we all agree on, or it just keeps going around and around and around. So when it comes to the density of the west side, when I hear David Day say that we do have currently limits because of our infrastructure at 4 units per acre, and that is not blanketed across everything. That's 4 units per acre on what is developable, and that's nothing south of the airport road, and that's really nothing in the airport conservation or protection area. So there's only certain places that are buildable that we can say, and that they calculated this 4 per acre. And if you just first started with that, say, okay, where did we really allocate this 4 per acre? And I know there's questions of, is that 4 per acre in perpetuity the number? Well, I suppose that's a matter of money. You can always come up with more money, but Dave said it gets really expensive to upsize that pipe and the whole infrastructure. At least it seemed like the sewer was the biggest limiting factor. So if you just take it as a given that it's 4, and you had a map showing where those 4 properties that were eligible for that density existed, then you still have, and if you gave it all equally and said, okay, well, everyone who can develop, that has yet to develop, gets 4, then there's a real incentive for someone to say, well, okay, I have some over here, I've got 100 acres, let's dream, and so you got 400 units available if you go elsewhere. Then you have to decide where is appropriate, and not just where, but how dense. Do you let it go from 4 to 8 to 12? You know, how high of a density do you allow on those main roads where you would expect density? And those are the decisions we have to make. But I think this is a great tool to allow for flexibility and have the developer be the one that is helping create the diversity and the open space and the agriculture, because our means are limited.
So I'd suggest that we've given the whole council kind of a sneak peek into some of the deliberations that are ongoing inside of the committees. I'm willing to continue on the topic as long as we want. There's plenty more to hash out. But this, I think, kind of gives you a taste of what's going on, and I think we've got a lot more discussions and things to research and all of that going forward. So, you know, we can continue this elsewhere if that's the desired.
So I guess the question is, are we in favor as a council of moving forward and exploring the transfer of development rights as a tool? Right.
Sure. I mean, okay. So I'm not. So the council would take a vote and an indication that we want to continue to look at this. I mean,
if I could, so our recommendation was to have community development work with the West Side Planning Committee on these questions. And so I don't know if it's necessarily a decision the council needs to make now, or rather have something, that this be something the West Side Committee works on with community development in answering some of these policy questions that we have up here on the board. And so that's that was basically a conclusion to what I was going to say.
So staff recommendation would be that then with the ad hoc committee recommending that the council, that if council were to give a motion forwarding that or making those recommendations to the West Side Committee as part of their mandate, that would be something they could also come back to you with in addition to whatever ad hoc housing comes up with.
I think we're already tackling most of those. I mean, some maybe not as explicitly, like I say. I mean, I think we would first answer some of the broader questions like what is the vision? And then later on we would be looking for what are the tools. I think right now the idea is we would treat all potential tools equally and not necessarily call out certain ones for special focus. But as the chair of that committee, I have no problem answering those. I actually thought when I got the email, I actually thought that it was something that was wanted before this discussion. So I sent off a hasty email with just some quick thoughts on that. But I had no problem with those being forwarded to the committee. I think we're pretty much doing all of that already. I don't think it's necessary, but I wouldn't oppose it.
I just like to clarify that the Housing Committee doesn't have any plan of running a parallel track with the West Side Committee. This was just something that came out. This was something that we, as a committee, wanted to just make sure that some of these questions were being asked and looked at. as a recommendation. The housing committee, I don't think had any plans to move on any of that. It was just a recommendation that as you're studying the west side, if you look at these, questions. Evaluate those things.
Okay, yeah, we'll definitely take a look at those, whether or not we do an official motion for it. But we'll definitely take a look at this.
So I don't think we need a motion here. You think it's necessary?
Option.
It's optional.
Are there any objections?
Yeah, as I say, the two instances in which a motion would be appropriate is one, if there's something on there that you don't want them to look at, then it would be appropriate to make a motion so that they know that that would be a waste of time because the council doesn't want them to look at it. And two, if, just as an expression of, you want them to know that it is definitely the will of the council and not just presumably the will of the council, that they look at that, and then you could make a motion.
Do you like to make a motion?
I would move that we support the recommendations from the ad hoc housing committee to have the community development work with West Side Planning Commission committee to answer the questions on the screen in front of us.
Is there a second? Mr. Sewell, thank you for discussion on the motion.
I would just say that I support the ad hoc housing committee asking these questions. I don't necessarily support endorsing them or saying that this is the council's will, but I think committees should be able to communicate back and forth. So I guess so. I don't want my vote to be saying like this is, things that I don't want. I don't know if as voting as a member of the council should be taken as trying to understand.
You're supportive of each concept on the board. I think that's what we're thinking.
The motion is really just, as I understand the motion, it's just simply to refer this to that committee and let them look at it. It's not an endorsement. You're just saying, yeah, let's have them look at it. It's also, the motion itself is also, I guess, some validation for the housing committee that their recommendations have been received and referred.
And really, we're just looking to get answers. These are questions.
Or does it determine answers to these following questions? So are we giving that responsibility to community development and the West Side Planning Committee? Are we having discussion on answers? Just see that little bit of difference. So do we want, or are we saying that we want the West Side Planning Committee and community development to come back with answers to these questions?
A recommendation would be.
Or
To determine recommendations.
Determine recommendations.
We can change the wording.
So instead of answers, recommendation.
To address policy
Recommend
questions.
answers to policy questions on.
Or to give feedback.
Okay. Yeah. Recommend answers.
some of those, I think, we'll have more of a discussion here to come up with the answer.
Right,
and
right.
not-
But it gives us information.
What about address? So work with the West Side Planning Committee to address the policy questions. And even sorry, I didn't realize right in the initial part of it, it talks about development credits. Some of these are pretty broad questions, like what is the vision for the West Side regarding land use? I don't think that's specific to development credits. I guess when I first read through these, I didn't read that, so I was taking some of these as much broader questions. The last point about putting people on notice, I don't think that has anything to do with development credits.
Council members, I think it's important to remember that any of your committees have the power that you give them to recommend anyway. Anything they come is a recommendation, not a direction to you.
And these were questions that was not all about the transfer of development credits. There were, as you can see, a variety of things.
And some of this you're going to do anyway. You're going to hopefully just come up with a vision for the west side. But part of that is, okay, consider these things when you do that.
So we could add answers to policy questions on west side development and development credits.
Could I propose, this is something I'd be willing to support. And I don't even know if that should be a request that community developments, since I don't think we can direct, but request community development work with the West Side Planning Committee to address the following policy questions. To address the following policy questions. I don't want to strain it gnats, but I think that just. Get rid of this. Of course, that's just my suggestion to the ad hoc housing committee representatives.
So is that your motion?
Actually, yeah. So that's your amended motion?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
so
move to amend.
are we, and I guess this is another question, are we changing the housing committee's recommendation by changing that?
No, because, and that's the point I was just gonna make, is you're not changing the housing policy's recommendation. You're moving to amend Mr. Connect's motion about what the council is saying right now. And you should, right now, what you should ignore the part of the page above that bullet point. Because all that says right now is what the motion says.
Just block the first couple lines out. Above that.
Above. Take everything above that out.
The first bullet, yeah, there you go.
And the heading.
And the heading. Because you're not just working on the motion.
This is now no longer a recommendation, it's a motion of the council.
Can we get a second for the amended motion?
Yes, there's an amended motion. Is there a second? Mr. Van Buren, any discussion on the motion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The voting is unanimous in the affirmative. What's that? Oh, that was on the, that was on the amended, or was that?
Yeah, you voted on the amended motion first.
Amended motion.
So we voted to amend the motion, and now we're gonna vote on the motion.
On the
Is that all in one?
What was your motion?
I would-
Amended or just?
So I would call,
So was that a
And I should-
substitute motion or a
I would
motion
call
to
it a
amend?
I would call it a substitute.
Okay.
You made a substitute to do something the original motion was.
Okay, fair enough.
Everybody's clear, everybody agrees that's what they voted on, right?
So is what I wrote for him, what he said is a substitute motion, the motion, or is that the motion?
What you wrote, well, they should be the same.
They're the same, okay, they're a little different.
Bryce will send it to you.
So I'll use this as the.
Okay.
Thank you. Perfect. The next item is a discussion on the creation and mission of the Solar and Energy Committee. And there's been a recommendation to continue this item to this evening's business meeting. So look for a motion to continue that. Just a little more vetting that we need to do for this evening.
You say this evening's business.
The council meeting tonight. Yeah, no, we'll talk about it.
We're gonna discuss it in closed meeting.
Yeah. And then we'll actually vote on it in the business meeting. So. Any questions or for a motion to continue this to tonight's council meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr.
If I
Richardson.
can his motion.
Oh, we're continuing the discussion on the creation and mission of the Solar and Energy Committee to tonight's council meeting. And there's, if the count, yes, so we'll discuss this in tonight's council meeting instead of this meeting right now. And there was a motion by Mr. Winterton to approve that and a second by Mr. Van Buren. Do you have any concerns or questions?
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Fine. Brian?
Sorry, I didn't, what was the question?
If we're doing this, so we can have discussion. Motion have to be,
We'll be voting in favor of the motion.
we're continuing to.
Okay, thank you.
No, so what's happening is that an already noticed item that has public notice and that the public is aware of as being scheduled for today in this section is being moved now on the public record to tonight's meeting. So everyone who is interested in this item is presumably present now and now knows that the consideration of the actual approval of the motion, which again is not actually a substantive final action because it's not passing an ordinance or resolution or anything, it's simply creating a committee, which formally you don't even have to do in a meeting, you could do it by email or something because you're simply creating a committee, is being continued to tonight's meeting. That's what the motion right now that's being asked for is to move the final consideration of the approval of the committee to tonight's meeting. Doing that doesn't mean that there can't be other discussion amongst the members or by email or in the hallway or anything else about the issues in between there. Right? It just means the final consideration is going to happen in open meeting tonight.
Any other questions or comments? Those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. The voting is unanimous. The next item is item number 4, which is changes to the Provo City Code related to Provo 360 software implementation for, very good, yeah, let's take a 10-minute break and come back to the next item. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, so bad.
And I guess that's the question that I had right now is, is it earmarked to go back to that program, or is it earmarked to come back to the CDG?
George, you still there?
Where we could use it for Spring Creek Park, for example.
Okay, just wanted to check before we start up again. Hey, George, we'll call you during, when we go to closed session later.
And so I just need to know how much, where we, any commitments, did we have other commitments to that, or was it expected that it was gonna go
Gary,
back?
we're back on.
So I'm sorry, thank you.
Thank you.
Going again?
I do.
The next item of business is item number 4, changes to the Provo City Code related to Provo 360 software implementation for business licensing. And this item will be introduced by our Division Director of Customer Services, Karen Morrison.
Oh, how are you guys? I'm just going to introduce the topic, and thank you for allowing this topic at the table today. As we have been involved in the Provo 360 software implementation, we have come across a nice feature in the business licensing portion of the CityView product, where we have the opportunity to make some changes in our code to be more flexible with our citizens, to offer, I think, the benefit of having our licensing on a anniversary renewal date instead of everybody renews at one time in the year. It becomes a little chaotic because we're on an old system. It's not had the flexibility for us to be very customer friendly. So Karen, I'm going to introduce Karen Ellingson, who is, she was the intern for the mayor's office, and I have the opportunity to have her working under my operation right now as we go through some cleanup on our code, a lot of cleanup on our code, a lot of minor things, but there's some things that we'll be bringing to you for the next year as we go through our implementation of the software. And so we hope that you'll find it beneficial for our citizens as we go through these and bring them forth to you. So I'll ask Karen to come forth. She's going to present the renewal options and the changes that we have.
Yes, we do. That's great. So, good afternoon. Like Karen said, I'm also Karen, Karen Ellingson. So I just want to go over a little bit of what this is going to mean as far as changing, as long as I can figure this out. There we go. Okay. Just some highlights about what it means to be transitioning to an anniversary renewal program. Our December renewal is what we are doing for business licensing, which is all the businesses that you see around town or you don't see because they're home occupation business. August renewal is what we do for our rental dwelling business licenses. Two together make up all of what we call business licensing, and they're almost equally distributed. About half is business licensing, about half is rental dwelling. The goals for doing this are to improve efficiency, distribute our workload a lot better. The fire department especially is really excited for this move to take place, as they are in charge of doing a lot of inspections related to both of these. And as you can see, this is a fairly common procedure done in a number of other cities around Utah. What we have right here is a combination of all of business licensing, whether it's business licensing or rental dwelling licensing. Together we have just over 7,000 licenses. These months right here represent the initial date in which the license was given, or the anniversary date as we are calling it throughout these documents. If you look through it, our average is about 573 licenses per month, and we have one little issue here of July being significantly higher than the others, and I'll show you a little bit of why that's the case. If we look at just business licenses, our distribution is fairly constant between the months, relatively close to our average of 282 business licenses per month as far as when they were initiated. To give you an idea, our oldest license is about 1976. Most of them are a lot more recent than that, but that gives you an idea of what time frame we're looking at for these coming in. It's not the case with rental dwelling. Rental dwelling, there's your July culprit. The rental dwelling has only been around since about 2003, I believe. Yes, 2003. And at that time, we brought everybody in on the same month, that same month that is currently in code for renewal. And because of that, we still have a huge number of licenses still sitting there on that original month. We have a few that have come in since then that have started their own wave of distribution. But since we don't want to have one month that is way higher than the other months, we will artificially smooth these out. We'll take July down to the average of 573, take some of those rental dwelling licenses, move them to much lower months, and the resulting distribution will be a lot more smooth. That'll allow us to have a workload that is closer to even across the months, a lot more predictable, and easier for us to work around throughout the departments. And we will do plenty of making sure everybody knows which month they came in on to eliminate confusion. This is what it looks like as far as transitioning to this new way of doing our renewals. If you look at this month right here, December, this is what would be our business licensing, not the rental dwelling, but the other businesses. They are expected to pay in December for the year going forward through the next December. We anticipate that our software will come online around October of next year, and because that is so late in the year, we will delay implementing until the following year in January. Because of that, we will have all our businesses renew in December as they currently do, and they will pay through all of 2017. Then when they come to their original month or their anniversary month, they will then come in on the new software and they will pay not just for the year going forward, but also for months that they have passed since December of 2017. So if you are, see, I think there's a pointer in here somewhere. I don't know where. Okay, if you're a July month and you have that orange square right there, that's when you will renew. You would pay for all of the green months as months that you have passed in which you had a license, you were operating, but we didn't charge you for initially. And then you will pay also at the same time for all of the months going forward for the next year, lumping into one payment, easier for them, easier for us. Our rental dwellings are due in August because it's right in the middle of the year. We'll tell them, hold on, keep your payment. They will forego that payment in August. They will wait again until their anniversary month. And just like the business licenses, they will pay on that month for all the preceding months, which were not paid for initially, and their next year going forward. Most of our fees will be pretty low as far as that lump that goes forward, but again, this is something that they ought to be anticipating for anyway. They know that their renewal is coming forward, they're just holding on to that payment, interest-free, for a while, and then giving it to us at a later date. Are there any questions regarding any of this material? Okay. In order to make this happen, we needed to make some changes in the code. As you've seen looking through the code changes, it specifies the December, it specifies the August, and a number of other items. And so we've gone through the code, we've done a little bit of cleanup that we noticed as we were going through, and we've also made some recommendations, is the right word, for changes that would enable this to happen. If you have any questions on those specific changes, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I'm sure Brian Jones also would do a great job with that. Harding, Councilman Harding.
So, trying to see this. So, someone whose rental dwelling license would renew in December, they would pay, they had paid in August.
Correct.
And then August 2017 is going to roll around. And you're told, hold on, don't pay us for another 15 months. And then
no, they would pay in December of 2017. So they will pay, they've already paid in 2016. They made that payment already. That carries them through August of 2017. They would wait through September, October, November of 2017, and then in December, they would take care of that. If they're in November, that's your longest.
Okay, we'll say November. Sorry, I was looking at the December there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On that side, but anyway, so November, whichever the longest. But so someone may have paid. Some of these people will have paid in 2016, December 2016, right, and then won't pay until November of 2018, and they'll be asked to pay going a year. So it'd be
maybe 25, 26 months worth at that time.
Yes. And I think, to give you an idea of what that means, our rental dwelling licenses are either $20 or $60 per year, not even per month. And so we are taking that $60 or $20 and breaking it up per month. And then you add that onto a $60 payment, and it's, let's see, if we had the November and you were paying your $20, you would pay a total of $45.
If it's 60, then it's.
Then it would be 135.
35.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So not anything that is
No one's gonna go
large.
bankrupt
lump
because
sum.
of it.
No.
Okay, so then going forward, it's still a forward payment at the renewal date.
That's correct, for a 12-month period.
The alternative would seem to be that they come in August and they're told, okay, for this group, you only pay for 5 months, and you have to come back in 5 months and pay for another 12, and then for this group, you've got to pay 12 months and then come in again, something like that.
You could, but we won't even have the software until October. And so
Oh,
they
yeah.
wouldn't even be, everybody would have to do something.
All right. It helps. Thank you for putting that dollar figure on, because that's very helpful.
Sure. Here's an idea of our communication plan, because we know this is going to be confusing. We know it's going to be something new. Customer service is what we specialize in, is making sure everybody knows what's going on. And so we will send out letters that will say, this is your renewal date. This is how much you will owe, and here's what it looks like. You're paying for these months. We'll make it as clear and as transparent as we can. We'd also like to look at the option of making a video that we can put on the website that'll go through all of this, do a visual, do an audio. So we're covering all the different ways that we can help people know what's going on. Do a lot of training for our CSRs so they can handle the calls coming in. They understand the process really well. Jessie has been involved in this process since the beginning, and she understands it, and she'll be ready to take those questions as they come in as well. Mr. Connect.
Okay, this is one of my pet peeves.
Mhm.
And in order to better communicate with and bring businesses into cooperation with our neighborhoods, I have suggested in the past, I'll just throw it out there again, that somewhere on the renewal or in the renewal process, but perhaps on the form, there be a spot where they could give their email address if they wanted to be contacted by the neighborhood chair, included on the email list for a neighborhood that they are within. Of course, they have to know which neighborhood it is. They have to specify that you're in the Joaquin neighborhood or something.
Mm-hmm.
But if we did that, then we could involve them with the neighborhood program like we're trying to do with business vice chairs.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't know how else to reach them, because they're not going to know about the opportunity on their own, and the neighborhood doesn't know how to necessarily reach out and touch base with businesses. But if we could bring it together,
I'll just mention that the software, the solution is intended to be an online portal. As much as we can drive our business to the portal, we will do so. So we will be able to put anything you want, any kind of message, any kind of links you'd like. That's information we need like now, which would be good so that we can incorporate that into our implementation of our product. So I'm happy to take those and start to work and draft something up and see if that works for you guys. It's, we have the flexibility that you will want in this software, I guarantee it. Online, hard copy notices, but we really are going to try and drive all of our notifications and renewals through electronically to emails. But we do have the flexibility with the software to do what you like. Okay. We can't until we go live, like Karen said, October, a year from now, we will be live with our new licensing software. So, yeah.
So I just bring that up. Does that fit with our idea of communicating better with the community and bringing the neighborhoods and businesses together?
Mayor, did you have a comment? No? Oh, okay.
But since you've given me the floor, I, at some point, would love to give Jessie a shout out, who is our quarterback on all of these licenses every year, and does an amazing job of both front counter and back counter and making all this work.
Any ideas yet what music the instructional video will be set to? Go ahead.
Yes. Dancing on the video. Did you want to pursue the idea to
Yeah,
see
so-
cancel that with that?
Is the council okay with trying to provide a link, an opportunity for the businesses to be able to click and say, yeah, I want to get on a newsletter to the neighborhood? Is that pretty straightforward?
Do you want to make a motion along those lines?
I make that motion.
Okay, is there a second? Mr. Bender, question or a second?
Just a quick clarification. So we're making a motion to request that, right?
Yeah.
And so then Karen would come back with a suggestion on how that could be done. Okay, very okay.
Sure.
Any other questions or thoughts on that? Those in favor? And are you still with us, Mr. Stewart? Okay. Oh, okay. So we'll.
You may have had it muted.
We'll excuse, yeah. Unanimous with Mr. Stewart, excuse. And then, you're not done, are you?
Oh, no, listen,
You're done?
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm good.
Let me interject briefly though.
I
if
have a question.
I can. But you might ask your question first.
Is your-
Well, it's about the ordinance amendment. That was what I was gonna bring up. Because
Okay,
this is actually scheduled for tonight.
Yeah.
For legislative changes to help in support of what she's just talked about. And so what I wanted to do, Bryce, if you could put up that other document. I just wanted to make you aware that in discussion with Karen over the last couple of days, I did make 2 very small changes to what was published last Thursday. So I just wanted to make you aware of those right now. So in this paragraph right here, we added this phrase, including late fees, just to make it completely clear that if you're renewing your license during the grace period, you still have to pay the late fee. Because I felt like that was a little bit ambiguous the first time through. And then if you can scroll down to the next one, Bryce. One more, okay, right here. When in the definition of what an expired license is, we added this phrase to exclude a temporary license from the definition of an expired license, because having your temporary license expire doesn't qualify you to renew because of the nature of a temporary license. So we just added those 2 changes to what you saw from last week.
Okay.
They're loaded into Saturday.
Okay, perfect.
And my question was on the consolidated fees, that was at the bottom of this.
That's inside the ordinance itself.
Okay, and that's what I have up in front of me. But you changed the number of employees to 0 to 5 instead of 1 to 5. Does that mean that previous to this, if you had 0 employees, you weren't paying the $125 or?
They were paying.
But
Generally, it was probably $17 because those are often a home-based business or a single employer. But we realized that that wasn't reflecting what was going on, so we decided to change that to 0.
0 to 5 employees.
So it's a technical change to reflect what current practice already was, not a change in practice.
Right. So if someone has their own business in their home and they don't have any employees, just themselves, that would be 0. And
Right.
But it doesn't change what they've been paying.
No, we haven't done anything with these proposals to change what anyone's paying.
So, and it's clear to them that if they were paying 17, they don't have to pay 125 now?
I would hope so. They were paying the 17 I would guess, and Jesse can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, $17 is only for every level for a business license. So before they were paying from 0, they were still paying the 125.
Oh, okay.
So now we just wanted to reflect from 1. I'm sorry, we just wanted to reflect it now that 0 includes the 125.
Okay.
No employees will reflect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellison. Appreciate your presentation. Thank you. And Ms. Larson, thank you for being put on the spot time and time again with the council. You always take one to jump in. Okay, the next item is a discussion about the Provo Metropolitan Water Board appointments and related updated something to the Provo City Code. Oh, related information that's been updated to the city code.
And this will be introduced by Mr. Nichols, Public Works Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to come and visit with the council again. And the presentation today will be very, very brief. We really have just three objectives that we'd like to accomplish today, and that's also getting some direction from the council following the presentation that we did about a month ago. Jimmy's bringing up the presentation, and then he is going to hand out some information to you. It's 2 pages. One, the first page is some ordinance changes that we have been working with Brian Jones on. And there's a couple of alternatives that we need to talk with the council about, and that's really some of the direction that we need to get today. And then also a few other modifications to the ordinance. And then we'll talk very briefly about board appointments as well. So as I mentioned in the last presentation, there are 3 members of the board right now that their terms have expired either January or July of 2016. So just as a quick reminder, we have 5 members of the Metropolitan Board. 1 of them is a city staff member, and then 4 citizens at large. And as I mentioned, 3 of those positions, Dennis Weir, Greg Hudnall, and Wood Miller, their positions have expired during 2016 and either need to be reappointed or replaced. The memo that I am passing out, or that Jimmy is passing out, it has some recommendations. The memo is it flows onto the back, and so many of the recommendations are on the back of the memo. And we do have some recommendations relative to those reappointments. One of the directions that we need from the council. I'll come back and talk a little bit about reappointments in just a minute. One of the items of direction that we need from the council today, as we talk about alternatives with Brian Jones, and also in the discussion that we had with the council during the last presentation, there was a suggestion made to expand the board to 7 members. And we did a little bit of research. When the Metropolitan Board was originally created in 1935, it actually was 7 members. And went many years with 7 members. At some point, I don't know exactly when, but at some point it got reduced to 5 members. And so that suggestion probably was familiar with what the I think George Stewart was the one that actually asked that question, and he probably sees that on other boards. Maybe the Energy Board has 7 members. I don't know. And one of the suggestions that was made at the same time was to have 2 staff members. If we expand it to 7 members, do we put 2 staff members on that? And I think in part that suggestion came because we have a relatively new water resource director. Gary Calder was introduced a couple of meetings ago, and Gary's in the back today. There may have been a little bit of concern about water rights and moving forward. And you need to know that I have complete confidence in Gary. I suspect that within a very short period of time, Gary will fully understand and know the water rights. I fully admit they are a difficult, complicated issue. There's lots of water rights to track, but we have a very competent and capable staff that does a lot of the work for both internal people and for Metropolitan Water. So there needs to be a little decision there from the council, some direction from the council, whether you want to expand it to 7 members and whether you want to have 2 staff members or just one staff member, or do you want to keep it at the existing 5-member appointments. I've also made a recommendation in the memo that was handed out that the council appoint the chair of the Metropolitan District. Right now, the district members they vote internally and they appoint their own chair. And the council may wish to appoint the chair themselves. And I think it would help to have a couple of responsibilities added to the ordinance as far as the chair goes. One of them is an annual report back to the council. And I think that would help to keep the council and the Metropolitan Board in tune with each other and the direction that we're headed with water rights. The other thing that Brian Jones suggested that we change in the ordinance is a part of the code that allows the council to remove board members as needed. And this is pretty consistent with other boards. As Brian explained it to me, this is pretty standard language that they have in other ordinance, other locations for boards, in case somebody moves or, you know, there's some personal reason that needs to have a change that allows that change to happen pretty automatically. So with that, not much presentation. That's really all I had today. As far as board appointments, I've been working with Wayne and putting a list together. We have about 3 or 4 names right now, and I suspect that we'll add 1 or 2 more names to that list, and we're going to submit that list to the council office. It'll come through Cliff to the council leadership, and I suspect you'll see about 5 names, maybe even 6 names on that list. One thing that I've noted in the memo, and I will point out one specific item, I would recommend that the board have a little bit more diversity. I'm going to try to say this politely and not step on too many toes, but the board has never had a female member on it, as far as I know. Looking back, I cannot find any indication of a female board member, and I would strongly suggest that we diversify that board a little bit. So,
So they're just missing out.
yes, they are. So that's one of the recommendations that is included in the memo.
I think we would all want to clarify, we understand the council's role in nominating, but these are simply a list of names that we would place before you for consideration.
I did have a question about the chair, and your recommendation is that the council will appoint the chair rather than the board appointing the chair. And could you go through just a few of the key responsibilities of the chair so we understand a little bit better why that would be important for the council to appoint the chair as opposed to the board?
I think the chair, one of the primary purposes of the chair is directing the board meetings. They usually have quarterly board meetings, and I think it's important that the chair have that connection, as I indicated, that annual report, that responsibility of making that connection to the council. I think it would help in the board meetings to have that connection with the council, so that the chair has, you know, some idea. This is okay. This is the direction that the council is giving. This is where we feel like the council wants us to go. I think there's been a little bit of internal turmoil. I think, if I can say it that way, of really what is the direction, what is needed as far as the board.
How do you think that will be received if the council is appointing the chair? Maybe it's a guess, but
I'm not sure. I was going to say I'm guessing a little bit on that, but I think, especially with the ordinance modification that we're recommending on that annual report, I think they'll be okay with it. I think they understand. There definitely is a need, I think, to make sure that there's a connection internally to the council and to the department, the Public Works Department. We want to make sure that that's we're working, step in step with the board members.
I can see that as a very positive change in having that sort of a liaison, or somebody that we know and that they know us and they're comfortable coming to us. And so I can see that as a
One other thing I'd mention, Madam Chair, the board also has a seat on the Provo River Water Users Association board, and traditionally that's been the chairman of the board. And I think that's an important enough designation that it makes sense to have the council involved in the appointment of the chair, just because that position will be a representative on another board, which has even broader implications than just Provo. And so again, I think that would argue for a specific council appointment as opposed to allowing rotation or something else on the board. Some consistency over time, and make sure that you feel comfortable with who's representing the board on the Provo River Water Users Board.
I think it's important to remember, and this is where I'm getting a little confused, why do we have the water board? I think that might be good for the council to understand, is why we have the water board rather than just doing it in our own public works. And I think if we have explained the interaction between the city and the water board, it might be helpful in recommending why the council should probably appoint the chair.
We've had two presentations. One I think was in July, one in August, maybe early September, on the Metropolitan Board. And one of the presentations we talked specifically about the purpose of the Metropolitan Board. Just a quick reminder: it was established in 1935, and it was related to the construction of the Deer Creek Reservoir. It was a federal project coming in, and the process that they went through and the financial obligations that they were placing on cities, they were a little concerned of having that directly placed in a city or a city council. So they went through the process and actually required cities that were interested in the project to create a metropolitan board. So Lehigh City, Pleasant Grove, American Fork, Provo, Orem, several cities, many cities in Utah County created metropolitan boards. Over time, some of them have disappeared. Not all those cities still have a metropolitan board, and I think that's kind of where Gary was going on his questioning. However, the advantage of having a metropolitan board, right now, state law prohibits city from selling any water rights. So it's completely forbidden. If there's a water right that is in Provo City's name, we cannot sell that water right. We can lease it on an annual basis to another user, but we cannot sell that water right. You can't even trade that water right. And metropolitan boards don't have that restriction on them. So if there is a water right that is solely in the metropolitan board's name, and they feel like that it's not important, or it's something that they could trade and get a more important water right for the city that they represent, they could actually sell or trade that water right. So they don't have the restriction that cities have on them. And that's probably the main reason to still have a metropolitan board at this time.
And that's because back to the city council and the city and public works to say, is it really in the interest of Provo City? So that's what I think is.
Yes, and that is the key. That's part of the reason that I answered the question about the chair, is that discussion, that direction, I think is very important. That step together, that working together relationship is very important, so that the council understands exactly what those decisions are being made. The Metropolitan Board and the department is in agreement.
I probably just want to make a little bit of a dissenting opinion. I've been attending, now we're not members of the board, Gary goes most often, and I do too, to the board meetings, and I'm just a little concerned that council's taken upon itself to appoint the chair. I think if we appoint the members, and then the board appoints the chair? I think there's some good in having them just a little bit separate, and not the council appointing the members, appointing the chair. If we're careful on who's on the board, I think there is some goodness in their separation from the council by not choosing the chair. I don't know. I just feel that way.
And I think there has been some history. It's been interesting to read through files on the Metropolitan Board. Back in the mid-'70s, I found some very, very interesting documents, and there was some pretty strong discussions between the city and the Metropolitan Board. And I don't know exactly the nature of that. And it seems like there has been times where that separation was important to have. Right now, I just don't sense that there's a need that way. Part of the reason that I say that is the law as far as restricting cities and selling water rights has been strengthened since the 1970s. And I think that was part of the separation issue that was going on. There was some discussion about whether city officials wanted to sell some water rights and whether they could or should do that. Well, like I said, since the 1970s, state law has become much more restrictive on what the cities can do with water rights.
When we appoint to that board, are they members from other cities? Are they typically, is Provo?
Is that part of the ordinance?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not a big concern about someone not having Provo River's interests because they don't live around or near.
Current ordinance actually requires
that they're Provo residents.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just a comment about Mr. Van Buren's suggestion.
I, right now, other than the names that I read on the memo, wouldn't be able to name any board members. Having served on the board, I got to know my other members, and so they may be better to judge, who would be the best chair among themselves rather than, I don't know how I would even go about trying to decide who would be the best chair for that board. And so I think there's value in, they're going to know each other better than most council members will. So that's.
Well, next up, we'll be getting our recommendation from our own water resource director who knows who can guide the ship. And so I think that's valuable too.
And we made some recommendations on the back of the memo also relative to appointments and to chair. So
I remember it was really important to Art that board was critical and for many reasons, making sure you get the right people there and make sure the chair is ultimately very critical to making sure things were right there. So I can see it's not typically what we do. We create a board, and although we as council do that, we create a committee and we put a chair over the committee. And so we've done it both ways, but I understand that there are things at play here that you really do want someone who can guide that ship well and coordinate, like you say, with Provo City really well. And I personally play heavily on the recommendation from the Water Resources Director.
So who attends that? I mean, you personally, so you know them all.
yes, so there's several staff members that have attended, especially since spring of 2016. Bart originally, he was really the only staff member that attended for several years. And starting back in the spring when he passed away, we started having several other staff members attend. So there's probably 3 or 4 staff members that regularly attend those meetings now.
So you're in a position to assess their understanding of the issues and their time constraints and abilities to perform the job.
And Kay Van Buren and Gary Winterton, they both attend those very regularly as well. They know the board members very well. So I think today, again, I think the basic direction that we'd like to get from the council, I think the first question is there a desire to go to a 7-member board? That was one of the suggestions that occurred during the last meeting. And if the council wants to go to a 7-member board, is there a desire to put 2 staff members on that, or do you want to leave it on as 1 staff member and with 6 citizens? Do you want to change that makeup? Is there a desire to do that, or do we leave it at 5?
So for those that have been attending, I would like to hear.
I would personally, I'd like to see 7, and I would like to see 2 staff members. I'd like to see Dave and Gary on those as the regular attendees as much as possible. they understand the public works, the whole infrastructure and everything. Those are who I'm gonna lean on as a council member for the most part for our city. And I'd like to have them, as far as the voting, if we had these two, I can understand the reason for the chair. I've been in meetings where I've experienced some challenges with that. And so I can understand that. If we have these two as regular, that's 2 of the 4 votes halfway home for me, of what they need to do, who should be on that committee. So the most important thing for me is to have these 2 on the committee, if possible.
Just for clarification, in case that's the way we end up drafting the ordinance, are you thinking that the best thing is for the resource water director and the public works director to be automatically on the board, or for the council to select the second member, or for it to be the public works director or his designee? Like those are options that occur to me.
I don't mind the designee, but to me, the 2 critical ones are the water person and public works. So they can have designees if they can't attend a meeting, of course, but I do believe that I see them being invaluable, giving the input to the committee on interests of Provo and where we're at with our systems.
May I make a comment?
Yes, Mr. Stewart.
Public Works Director should definitely be on the board. You can maybe designate people to come to the meetings in his place if he couldn't, but my recommendation would be that he, without question, be one of the members. If we go to 2, I wouldn't mind having 2. I don't mind having 7 or 5. If we have 2 city representatives, 7 probably be a better number. They don't overwhelm the board. Otherwise, this becomes the board.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
And I probably, if we go to 2 city staff people there, I think 7-member board would be good also. Remember the history, not the long history, but the shorter history. Merrill Bingham was the chair, and his whole history was the Water Department and Public Works. So we kind of had a resource there, although he was a citizen member and chair. Then Merrill passed away unexpectedly. Then Bart assumed that role. So again, we had someone there that was in the know of what's going on in the city, what our needs were. And when Bart also passed away, that's kind of caused this reflection, I think, a little bit. How do we guarantee that we have representation there? So I think it'd be good to have 2 and then expand it to 7. I just feel that pretty strongly that the board needs to be chosen by that group.
The chair of the board.
The chair, I mean.
Mm-hmm. And this is all.
If I make another comment, I wouldn't even mind having the public works director be the automatic chair, but that's certainly he's the most knowledgeable in the past history and current history. We certainly need him on the board, and he certainly would act well as the chair, given our current director. Again, I'm open to whatever the council does. Yeah.
We've had the chair being different than the representative to the water board also, and so that can, some of those things, that water board is so critical as we're interacting with other communities that I think that's important to maybe rely on our city staff members to do that.
We had a little bit of a change, and again, going back to Mr. Van Buren's point, when Merrill was here, he was the one that was actually representing Provo City on the Provo River Water Users Association board. For many, many years, he was there, and when he retired, that appointment remained, and that's where the shift started to happen. And when he passed away, Bart was put on that. very short term on that board, and I think it is critical that representation on that board. I think is one that the council needs to keep in mind. We had a little bit of an issue this year with what they call a paper spill of water out of Deer Creek. It may or may not have made any difference as far as the appointment on that board. We were going through some pretty quick transitions, during the summertime, and may not have made any difference. But being aware of what's happening on the Provo River Association is key to the department and to the city.
That reminds me of why I feel like it would be important for the mayor to be one of the city's representatives, because it is critical that that board is, a citizens board, you certainly want to serve as representative of the city's interests. And city staffer, the public works director is so much more knowledgeable than the citizen member of the committee. He needs to have a major role in the board.
So it sounds like we have two questions. One is, should we be appointing the chairperson? But the other is, who should be representing the city on the Provo River water users board? Sounds like we really need our city represented on that on a regular basis. Do we want to make that a fixed assignment to that and make it separate, so that, like you said, it's not necessarily the same person, that doesn't have to be the chair?
Ryan may need to weigh in on this, because the appointment to the Provo River Water Users Association, I believe, is delegated to the Metropolitan Board through that organization. I may be wrong, but
I don't know off the top of my head. We'll have to look at the bylaws, but that's, my guess is that's probably true, since the ordinance doesn't say anything about it.
I believe that's correct. So we may not, the council may not have that leniency, that ability to even make that appointment.
Then if that's the case, maybe it would be more important for the chair to be involved. The council to be involved in the chair, if that's the case. I don't know. I think that's something we need to a little help with here.
If I might also make a comment, the reason I think that the energy board was looking at advisory, the board for energy department and went to the advisory board, because I think the council and administration wanted to be sure that the energy board or the energy department was a city-run department and not give that responsibility to engage citizens. It might not be as knowledgeable as needs to be. So I think it's really important that the energy director, the public works director, be on the board. And again, as we talk about this, I wouldn't mind him being the chairman. If we have enough confidence into making the public works director, which we have to vote on, then we certainly should have enough confidence in the person to be the representative or the chairman of that particular board. Again, these are the start to find as we talk.
I was just going to say, I think some caution needs to be exercised as far as the chair making a staff member a chairman of the board. I think that may defeat the purpose of a committee anyway. So I think the staff plays a critical role, and certainly plays a very critical role in Provo River Water Users Association. But again, I think that was partly the reason that I am leaning, and I know there's different opinions, and I certainly respect those opinions, but it's that council Metropolitan Board relationship is really important. And whether you appoint the chair or not, I think I can't emphasize enough, that relationship and having that reporting mechanism and making sure that we're working as a team and have the same goals. One way or the other, that needs to occur.
And 7 elected officials of the people, we're advocating our responsibilities to the people if we don't regain the ability to have a major say in what happens on the Metropolitan Water Board. And we're elected to do those kinds of things. And the Metropolitan Water Board is elected by the people, the council is, and that's to have a major role in who's on that board. Again, I don't know, it needs to be automatic. I wouldn't mind that the board, the council, making the decision who determines going to be. I don't think that's too much to ask in this conversation. After all, we're elected to represent the people, do those things.
Question for George. Would you be, do you have the language in front of you that we're considering?
I think I understand what we're considering. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, so going from 5 to 7 and
my goal.
why don't we, before we, I would like to make the motion that we accept it as written before us, but I would like it read so that George can.
So this is coming to us on the 15th for a final vote, so I don't know if we need to, unless we want to give Public Works, if we have something different that we want them to present in that meeting, then we could give them direction now, but I think.
Yeah, I think principally as Mr. Decker and I worked on this, and Mr. McKnight, there were 2 versions that we worked on. One was a 5-member board with 1 employee and 4 citizens, and one was a 7-member board and with the 2 employees. And so I think the principal thing to be decided now, if you're ready to make a decision, is to give guidance to Mr. Decker about which of those versions comes to you 2 weeks from now for final approval.
Can we vote on the 5 versus 7 person? Are we comfortable voting on that right now to give them some direction on? Are there other questions? Should we vote on that part at least and let them know what we're
Okay, then I will make a motion with that we would have a recommendation for 7 board members, 2 of them being staff, city staff.
Mr. Winters, second by Mr. Knapp. Did you hear that, Mr. Stewart?
I did.
Okay, so
Just
comment?
the way it's written, it just doesn't say 2 staff, it has 1 being the director of the city's Department of Water Resources and another.
It's going to be, not be 2 be the staff, but 1 be the staff and 1 be the public works director. If you want to make that change, or?
I think that's what it says.
The water director and the public works director or their designees.
So that's the motion, is that it be 7 with 2 of the 7 being the water resources director and the public works director or his designee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the second still stands for Mr. Connect.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Those in favor?
And Mr. Harding voted from the back.
Oh, one second. Are you in favor?
Yes.
Or,
I'm in favor. Just a quick question on is the water resources, is that a department or a division?
It's a division of
It's
the
a
public works
division.
department. Change that.
Okay, I don't know if it needs to be corrected.
Yes.
We'll have it corrected in the final.
That's fine. Thank you.
And Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
You voted on that?
I voted for.
Okay, so the voting is unanimous and affirmative on that.
So that'll come back on the 15th, and I guess then the other thing that could be decided now is either the administration, meaning Mr. Decker, can come back with his recommendation about the appointment and removal of the chair, and that can be discussed in the meeting on the 15th. Or if you have direction you want to give now about that issue, you could give direction now on that issue.
Is there a motion along the lines of council appointing the chair?
I personally would like to talk with you offline a little bit on some of these, on this issue. Just, I can see some merits to both, and I have some concerns with both. And so I don't, at this point, I'm not quite ready to make a recommendation for that.
And that can certainly be changed in the meeting, either way, presented one way and changed another, or alternative versions, so.
I was gonna say, it's a very minor change. It could be changed on that night. That evening also, the 15th, I'd like to have board appointments, before the end of the year, either the 15th or the first meeting in December. Would like to get some names. And so again, we'll make sure that we get names to Cliff and to the council leadership for those appointments.
You can have those rotating appointments again, so you'll shorten some and okay.
And we'll have resolutions so that you can just fill in the names, based on the desire of the council as far as the person in that resolution.
So, and for those recommendations, we usually have those 2 weeks to sort of reach out.
We need to get those to Cliff very quickly.
Okay, yeah, if you could do that.
This week.
That would be great.
Okay.
Okay, so is everyone comfortable just having more time to visit with our directors if we want to, and then we'll make this decision in the council meeting? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can we, before he leaves, can we put a plug in for the open house? Hope all of you are aware of it, that you're invited.
Yeah, I'm hoping that all the council members, administration, everyone has received a formal invitation for the Fleet Open House. It's this coming Thursday at 2 o'clock. Would love to have you there. It's a really nice facility. I think you'll be very pleased with it. So.
Tim, we have a
budget committee meeting. I know I was just
meeting at that time, the budget committee, I wanted to make that.
yeah.
Did I get a note that was canceled?
Well, I think we can and rearrange that so that we can read it to this. So we'll work around that.
That'd be great. Thank you again.
When I got the invitation. So. All right, thank you. The next item of business is a discussion on Provo City property and the proposed conversion to the Land and Water Conservation Fund, and this will be introduced by Thomas McKenna, Parks Public Works.
Provo. That bottom one, yeah. Just the forward button on there. Okay. So this presentation today, back in 1978, there was a piece of property that was purchased along the Provo River, north of 3700 North, just along the Orem Provo City boundary in the Riverwood Estates, and it was purchased using land and water conservation funds. About a 3.9 acre piece of property. Anyway, in April of 2012, 2.3 acres of that property was deeded to the Olson family in a boundary line agreement. And the other 1.6 acres, we've discovered that it just is comprised as part of the Provo River. Really, the property was not usable. It was not along the Provo River Trail. So that, and we were at the time, I wasn't here, but when the transaction was done, we were unaware of the Land and Water Conservation Fund ties to the property when it was deeded. So
Anyway, with that, that's come to light, since that's happened. And with the deeding of the property to the Olson family, it requires a conversion of the property and a replacement of that property based on the current value of the property elsewhere in the city. And that conversion, it requires a public process. So that's why we're here today, to make you aware of this issue that we're working through. We are unable at this time to apply for state grants until this is resolved. So this is why we're working through this process. And we've hired Mr. Ron Clegg, he's in the back, to assist us through this process. So this process that we're going through, it requires us to look at two mitigation properties. The first one that we looked at, and which is the preferred option, is a piece of property down in West Provo. It's east of Lakeview Drive. It's a 5-acre piece of property that the city owns, that we would prefer to convert this to using to the Land and Water Conservation Fund designation. The second option that we've looked at is along Slate Canyon Drive. And this is not the preferred option, based upon, we've got the water tank expansion. There's some water tanks that are going in there, and we don't think this is the best site of the two. So we prefer site one. So in this process is required an environmental assessment as well as a yellow book appraisal. A yellow book appraisal is it's the highest and best use is the appraisal that has to happen on these properties to determine the value of the property, and then that value has to be transferred to another property. So in this conversion process, this is the first public meeting. The second public meeting, we will be looking for an approval from City Council. But before that, there will be and the environmental assessment will be made available for the public to review and for you to review. Anyway, just again, this is just to make you aware of this process that we're going through, and open it up to any questions or concerns that you may have.
Could we take a look at the preferred option? So this is land that is already owned by Provo City.
Correct.
And by going through this process, how does that change?
We still own the property. It just becomes a land and water. It becomes a conservation property that we actually had, that is designated a conservation property.
And encumbered.
Okay, so nothing on, the neighbor that whose fence adjoins that, nothing changes for them. They don't see any difference. The only difference is now if the city wanted to sell it, it would have to go through another conversion process.
Yes.
Is the Provo River Trail go through that property?
It does not. It's adjacent. It's across the river.
Across the river. Okay.
So, Tara.
You may want to clarify that there will be a change. We actually have to develop this property into a recreational use. So they'll be seeing some developed trails. It'll be an enhancement to the property, but it'll be specific for recreation.
Okay.
And the extent of that is, it doesn't have to be, a large, change, but there has to be some improvement made to the property.
What's the, if we didn't do that to this property, what's the future of this property look like? What was its intended purpose in the long run?
Its intended purpose was just to be a piece of property along the Provo River that that was an open space area.
I
Ron?
think in some of the environmental work we've done out there, we found there was an old pump house from 1980 something. My guess is you bought the land kind of, and there's a levee out there that was built several years ago. So my guess is, I don't know this, but Provo City probably bought the land to take care of those things, and it's just sitting there. It's really a good piece of property for what you're trying to do, in my opinion. You're not going to use it.
Values back and forth, I guess that'll come with the appraisals, you'll figure that out, but are we, do you think ballpark, we're pretty close?
Then with the value, that does come back, we don't have to necessarily encumber the whole 5 acres. It's just value to value.
And you see the property that we've got now, is part of that's under the river, is part of it is the river itself?
It is.
And so at this point, value of that would be really interesting to see what goes through, okay?
Other questions?
What is the street just above the Blue River Trail line? What's that? How far north is that?
370.
370 north and Lakeshore.
Yeah, Lakeshore Drive.
There.
And we just plan on continuing with this conversion process so we can get this taken care of and be able to apply for state grants again.
So this needs to be moved to the council meeting. This time frame on this.
Once the environmental assessment,
Oh, that's going to be a process.
yeah, and we'll get that on the agenda.
What's the time on the environmental? How long is the environmental?
To complete.
Yeah.
Ron,
Probably about a month away on that, and then it will be out. And then federal agencies have to review some of it, but we'll make it available to the public. Really, the people who might have a bit of impact of those houses put up, their backyards are up against this. Some of them are out there using their land, chickens or whatever, so that may have to go away. But it should be available in the next month or so.
And did you say what the cost was of creating this as a recreational site?
that hasn't been determined yet.
Okay, so you don't know if it has that within your department to accomplish or not, or anything to the point?
Yeah, we'll look at that and see, we're looking at, the improvement of that's not gonna be overly cumbersome.
Are there other questions?
Thank you.
Next item is a discussion regarding sections in Vision 2050. Section 1, family and neighborhoods, section 2, land use and growth, section 9, transportation and mobility. That's just a committee development that we will introduce this item.
How would the council like to proceed through this? We can go through page by page or more topic by topic, whatever you would like.
Is there a preference? Does everybody have a chance?
I've got my notes page by page.
I have my notes.
Let's do that.
You want to go by just questions, or do you want to go start this line?
Just start at the top, page by page, section 1.
Which version you're looking at, Mr. Connect, the red and yellow version or the red and blue version? Red and yellow.
I've got a red and yellow, plus I've got the original.
Because I can put up,
The red and blue version that you sent by email is the most current, is that correct?
No, the red and blue version predates the yellow language. The yellow language was the language added by the neighbors, residents, when we went through the open houses.
Okay.
The question we were asked was, what language did the committees add when they went through the review? And that's the blue language. That's when that was sent to you.
Oh, okay.
But I can put up either the red and blue version or which one do you have here?
Let's do the
First-
Sire.
Okay,
That's
that's
on
great.
Sire.
Okay, great.
So later on, if we want to see the blue, we can see it on.
Yes.
Yeah.
So starting goal 1.1, find-me neighborhoods.
This is the.
Okay, I'll start. Objective 1.24. I struggle at times with vistas and views. I love them. That's what we have, fabulous vistas and views everywhere in our city. But I worry that sometimes people use this as a weapon in our community and say, you're going to block my view of Mount Timpanogos. And so this project should be denied because of that statement. Bill, help me as we start this process here. How is this statement here? I can see conflicts with other opportunities in Vision 2050. If this conflicts with economic development.
Well, this is qualified in that last phrase, in open space requirements. So my interpretation of this is when we have a subdivision that has an open space requirement, that the open space be oriented in a way that either allows those views or doesn't block the views. The second phrase there in yellow, my impression going through the discussions with the neighborhoods was that was in response to the building on 9th East at 7th North. And the administration has had discussions about bringing forth to the council some additional legislation that would require greater setbacks on our arterial roads, maybe even collector roads, to give more setback than what we had on that building. So those are the two issues that were being discussed with this language in red and yellow.
That the reason why they're so close to the road is because of the late requirement of a right-hand turn lane, right? Otherwise that would have added more.
Yes, that would have helped the setback situation, but
not much.
But didn't that also bringing things out to the front of the street, enhanced walkability, whatever that meant? I've had other people come to me in the city and say, we would like to kind of set our buildings back and put some green space, but the walkability made it so that we brought things forward. As you brought things forward, that reduced visibility of certain things from where you're walking on the street. So
yeah, I think a balance between the two, a good example is the new MTC buildings. Those are certainly brought out to the corner, certainly much more massive than anything we've had on the corridor so far. But there is more setback, more than at 7th North and 9th. But yet, that's very walkable. It's brought out to the curb line, not right to the sidewalk, but it's brought out to the curb line, still allowing for some landscaping, still allowing for some buffering.
And I agree with you. I like that. That's really good. I just hope that we remember that this is a big, broad vision, and we're not setting those requirements with this.
Yes, that's right.
All right. I've heard talk about these buildings. I actually need to get over to them. I haven't seen them in person, but I'm wondering if setbacks is a little bit like when we were talking about density earlier. You know, a short setback might be a problem if a project's not done well. Whereas if the project's done well, a close setback may be to an advantage. And it sounds like this may be one of those things where we have one building that was done well and the setback is great, and we have another building that was not done well, and a similar setback really accentuates the problems. And so I don't know how you capture that in a vision, because this is really high level, and I don't think we want to get down into the nitty-gritty details of specifying setbacks, but
I think it's scale too, where you have on 9th East, you have very, very small homes across the street, and then you have this really large apartment building that just shades and towers over, that part of the neighborhood. And I think part of it is scale. that comes into play and how close the next structure is, how large it is.
We could have an entire retreat on this one building. Ironically, we talked about it at length this morning. And Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, the density in that area, you equated to Manhattan.
One of the most dense places we have in the entire city is just south of campus. And in that area, it has densities that you would find in Manhattan, in some areas. But, I mean, it's that dense. And then Wayne looked up.
What was your analogy, Wayne? Centerville?
Yeah, the city of Centerville, population fits in the Joaquin neighborhood. So you have a city the size of Centerville, south of campus, between Center Street and the campus and University Avenue and 9th East. So gives you a perspective of what people are talking about.
Yeah, so one of the things that happened is the first building went in and it doesn't fit with everything around it, but it does fit the density, and it is a really good opportunity for us to step back and say, okay, are we sure before the next one goes in? But interestingly, we spent some time this morning on Google going down Freedom, and even further away from downtown, you know, as far as Fifth North, they'll get much closer to the sidewalk than that building. And so I think the key thing I would keep reminding us on this is 30,000 feet, and it's only meant to guide people as they talk about these details as they're formulating each individual setback. A guide is we want to make sure that we have adequate space there. That's important to us.
And some people, honestly, they live where they live because of the views, you know. And so if all of a sudden you have something blocking the view, it is important. It matters.
So the first MTC building that wasn't built is a really good example of that. That was quite a debate in our city about was it appropriate or was it not. I don't think we ever resolved that, but I think this gives and although Bill's clarified it, I think more specifically, but it does give a hint that views do matter.
Yeah. And I can go back to this again with Bill and I attended the bike tour in Boulder, Colorado, and Fort Collins. In Boulder, not only do they draw a perimeter around their city, saying you cannot build outside of this line, but they have a building height restriction that you can't build higher than tallest cottonwood, so that they preserve the views of the mountains and but they're more flat. And they, you know, and I don't know that we would get that specific about, you know, I've joked before about, you know, not building higher than the tallest pine tree, but it's something to consider when you, for the look and feel of your city, where do you want that kind of density and the scale of things too, when you do butt up against, you know, smaller homes and neighborhoods.
And I think those are addressed later on in economic development and scale and things like that, and it transitions in the civilization.
We may be taking too long on this first point, but I'm wondering if the part in yellow maybe belongs in a different section, because I mean the objective is include preservation of vistas and views in open space requirements. So I'm just wondering if this actually belongs somewhere else.
I feel like there are topics. This is where it was suggested by the resident, but it feels like two different topics. So I can look at a better place to locate the yellow language.
In the interest of time, can we ask questions first and then go back maybe?
Sure.
So is that okay? We have specific questions about certain parts, so that we make sure we get our questions answered and then go back to going slide by slide. That sounds
Yeah, getting through 3 sections in an hour is going to be hard.
Yeah. Ambitious. Okay. Do you have questions that you'd like to ask? I had a few. Sorry, I guess this is self-serving. But I did have a few.
Kim, could you speak up a bit?
Yes, sorry. So on 2.8.2, where it talks about maximum build out in existing higher density areas of BYU, it's encouraging the maximum build out next to BYU. And then in the very next 2.8.3, it says establish acceptable service levels for public infrastructure and limit growth to maintain those levels. Do they contradict each other, or Are they, or am I looking at the wrong?
This is the one
Discourage cookie. Okay, you know what, maybe I was looking at the previous, yeah.
That could be really quite fair.
I was looking at the email that you sent probably when I found this, but they seem to contradict each other. It was, you know, encouraging maximum build out and then limiting growth according to public infrastructure. And I don't know if that's, you know, are we wanting to encourage maximum growth where we already have maximum, or we already have a lot? We have parking issues, we have already some issues with density, but we're encouraging maximum growth. And maybe that's not in this version now that I'm seeing this.
No, it's, I think you've got it on 2.36.
2.3.6.
2.3.6, encouraging maximum build out in existing high density areas south of BYU. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
And I'm looking at, and I had a question about the parking issues, and
Yeah,
those,
right there.
those may have, those may come into a parking plan program, because we definitely have parking issues in that area, and we'll have to develop parking programs for it. But I don't know how to.
So this area has been a problem for decades, right, with parking and just the amount of density that we have, and there are just some quality of life issues, and so it just concerns me to have a statement that we're encouraging maximum build out in these high density areas, because I think there are other things that we need to be taking into consideration with the density that we're.
This goes back to the days when they called it SCAMP, the South Campus Area Master Plan. And to see old single-family homes that were built, I don't know, maybe in the 60s, south of campus, just being used individually for student housing, doesn't seem to be, they look out of place, and the property isn't being utilized to its maximum or highest and best use, as they call it. But if you do have them redeveloped, then the key is having enough parking. So we don't just aggravate our problems with parking in that area.
So maybe encouraging redevelopment in those existing high density areas makes more sense.
This is exactly the type of policy question we need your input on, because this red language is from the current general plan, and that's what this effort's been all about, is updating the general plan. Right.
So isn't encouraging maximum build out the same as saying get rid of the stuff that doesn't make sense? I mean, getting rid of the single family homes where you expect to see higher density?
Yeah, and a big part of our plan for absorbing growth in the future is to redevelop the already developed areas at higher densities. So if that's not the direction this council thinks we should be going, you know, we need to know that.
If we're encouraging redevelopment, and in so doing, we're providing adequate parking, that's one thing. But if we're encouraging maximum build out and just adding to the problem that we currently have, that's another, you know, so I think it would be good to have some explanation of what we mean or we think we mean there. So that if that didn't occur to me, that this was redevelopment of smaller homes, and it was more build it as high and as big as you possibly can. That's what I was thinking. Maximum build out is to the limit of what's possible in that zone, is how I saw maximum build out.
Again, these are just policy statements. You're going to have coming before you actual ordinance amendments and a long discussion by our parking consultant about the exact issues you're discussing at a much more ground level.
Yeah, okay. Then we can leave that for another time.
If I was to just throw something out now, I'd say it's fine to encourage it, but then at the end, I would say, well, providing adequate parking.
What about adequate infrastructure?
Or infrastructure.
Because it's bigger than parking.
Yeah, that's good. But whether we're, going to be wordsmithing now or later, that's certainly something we're looking at.
Right, well, and do we need maximum build out there? I mean, are we low on student housing? Are we low on, do we need maximum build out? I guess maybe back when this was originally put in, yeah, we wanted to build out maximum in that area, but do we need it now? Is it still a current thing?
Or is that, or do we want it in that area? That'd be my thing, because I think that's probably still where we want some of that maximum density to be.
Students close to campus.
Yeah.
But is the need there?
I guess is what I'm asking, because you talk to some developers and they're like, well, there's more than enough right now. There's too much, and so where are we at? And is what type of housing? Maybe it's for young marrieds is not enough, but for actual batching singles, there's an overabundance. And so, anyway, just some thoughts as far as that one sort of raised a question for me.
Okay.
And then, sorry, if I just do a little more. Then the equestrian trails, we struck that. It was in 3.2. I don't know where it's at now, but struck the language of build an equestrian trail on the south side of the Provo River from Geneva Road to Conway. And you can see when you mentioned, it was more just broad mention of trails and kind of left out equestrian. So that's just a question maybe for the West Side community to think about too, is that going to be something that, we want on the west side is equestrian trails. And then 3.4.1 said understanding the legacy and benefits of gold as a community asset in Provo, and I thought that was great. I think you meant golf, but I like gold's a really good community asset, so I like that one.
I think Dave Stewart caught that one and correct me on that one too.
Correct that one? Okay.
Yeah.
I like gold. You can leave that one in there too. That's a good asset for Provo. And then the change, okay, so then there's a big one that, sorry, I'm having fun with you, but the other one was when it comes to energy, this was in 4.7.6, so however that translates to what we have.
See, now 4 is coming up next. We're not doing that today.
We're doing 2.9.
Oh, this was energy. We're doing transportation today, so, yeah. And transportation, I just had a question on why we don't follow the NACO guidelines. As far as the Boulder and Fort Collins, these other cities are using, why are we not following the NACO guidelines, so that we're using the same guidelines that were used 30 years ago, and so I just had a question about that.
I think that's a very good question, and one that we've, in the planning department, have encouraged. So far, we haven't adopted it as a city document. It would be good to get it as a policy in this, so that would encourage us to enact it if that's something the city council thinks is valuable. I think it's valuable. I would love to see us do that. Ben Markham, or got Austin and Gary in the back.
I was just going to mention that just to make the council aware that, and then you can correct me if I misspeak here, but the Transportation Committee has actually started some discussions about potentially making a recommendation to you about a complete streets policy that would actually implement standards like that from a policy level. But they're starting those discussions to see what they want to recommend to you, but it is certainly something that's in the process.
We think we need something. We just want to try to get it somewhat right and somewhat focused for 20 or 30 years. It's interesting, you talk about building a road, but it's going to be there a long time, and so what's the ribbon? Yeah, it was really, it's interesting. I got to say one more thing. Parking is the same kind of thing. Though you can tear up the parking lot easier than you can tear up the road. And we kind of think that technology is going to drive us to less parking per car, less parking per household. Excuse me. That's, I meant to say less parking per household.
So, are you all done?
Sorry, yeah, I think that's it.
So, I'd like to go back to chapter 1. I had a couple of things there. Chapter 1, 1.23.
So the original language I have said improve the access and recreational uses of primary access points to
The Wasatch Mountains east of Provo, such as Slate and Rock Canyons. It didn't say to Provo Canyon, which
I think is just another entry point to the Wasatch Mountains east of Provo, and probably should be listed with all the other entry points such as slate and rock. I just didn't think it read well. That the original language was good, but if you're going to add Provo Canyon, it's just another way to get to the other side of the mountains, so to speak. But maybe I'm wrong.
Give me whatever language you would like.
Oh, well, I would just move Provo Canyon to be included with slate and rock, such as Provo and slate and rock canyons.
Okay.
That one's pretty simple. My next one is goal 1.5. Which I really like. Encourage owner occupancy or long-term residency by promoting healthy and balanced neighborhoods for schools, businesses, religious congregations, and community organizations. Which brings me back to my desire that we actually talk to those organizations when we do neighborhood evaluations and reviews and plans. And the list is fairly short, but it's inclusive. We have a variety of religious congregations. Some of them have their chapels in a particular neighborhood, but just because the Seventh-day Adventist chapels in the major neighborhood doesn't mean that they have members all over the community. The LDS Church is the outlier in so much as they have chapels in every neighborhood. But to me, the community is so important, how it functions. When you go to buy a house, you want to know what kind of community you're buying into, the school, the church, and other community organizations, just like it says here. And if we don't reach out and talk to those groups, which we've tried to do with our housing committee, is to involve those various entities. And we have found it to be very advantageous to hear their input on what we're doing. And our decisions on housing really affect how well they function.
So you're saying try to pull those groups into our neighborhood planning process and try to get more involvement out of them.
And I think by doing that, we would really end up with better, healthy, and balanced neighborhoods.
Okay.
Is that change the word "for" to involving, maybe in goal 1.5? Just to give them more of a.
Which one are you saying?
Just in the second line, healthy and balanced neighborhoods involving schools, businesses, religious congregations, and community organizations. Just so it's more active than passive. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
That's the best way I can make my case for that.
Can you explain 1.5.5 while we're right there? What is that? Tell me what that means. I don't know exactly what that one means.
Folders?
Increase direct landlord responsibility.
Overuse of city resources for those that need police and fire and or sort of a draw on city resources.
I think that was aimed at some housing developments that seem to require more than their share of police and fire attention, police and emergency services attention.
Good landlord program.
We beat that one to death.
It's the concept.
It's the concept.
Swing at it.
My intern is taking a swing at that one with a rate your landlord app. The way to, like rate your professor kind of a thing. UVU is we're currently working on something.
Add a towing.
What's that?
Can they add a towing box on Radio Landlord?
At a what box?
Towing.
A towing box?
Good idea.
We'll kind of turn it over to you to handle all that.
Okay.
The other side of that.
As long as they get a towing box in there.
Yeah.
It's coming in the back.
Bryce, can you go up? I think it's 1.5.9. this is, the red is language from the general plan. And what that lets us regulate the scale of buildings by the land size of the parcel. And that comes from the current general plan, which a long time ago was, let's have really large lots and we'll get really big homes. And that really hasn't been found to be very true. You can have a 10,000 square foot lot, it's still a slab on grade, 1,200 square foot home. And so I just want to point that out. That's in the current general plan. If that causes any concern or, you know, because that's part of the cost of development things that we're doing, you know, the cost of the land, and the bigger the lot, the more expensive things are, but it doesn't necessarily mean it will get you larger homes. So as a policy, is that still where the council wants to be?
West Side Committee will get back to them. Any other questions?
I know that's not kosher.
It's okay,
I just, my experience is 4 years as a neighborhood chair, where there's quite a bit of vacant area. There's precious little developer interest in developing, you know, large home on large lots. You know, they don't seem to think that's where the market is. I have one in 4 years, and there were arguably 4 at least, and a few more properties that were amended. And so one of the things that I would like us to embrace is the recognition that we can't just say, let's do this, if the market says, let's do that. And I'm not against anything that's there. I'm just, you know, it was an interesting observation.
Mr. Harding, did you have a comment?
Yeah, and I think it kind of goes a little bit along with the comment that was just being made. I'm looking at goal 1.5, encourage home owner occupancy or long-term residency by creating healthy and balanced neighborhoods. Sorry, goal 1.5. That's where we were at. I'm just wondering if I think that we have some struggling neighborhoods because of an imbalance in owner occupancy and long-term residency. But I wonder if the focus should be creating those healthy and balanced neighborhoods, and that might be by encouraging a balanced owner occupancy and long-term residency. Because again, particularly like when we get into, say, objective 1.58, which talks about encouraging diversity of age groups in neighborhoods, that's something that Mr. Knecht and I have had some good conversations about. If we basically are saying we want to minimize, you know, renting everywhere in the city or in all of these neighborhoods, that's going to make it difficult to encourage certain age groups that may be the stage in life where they need some, you know, rental properties. So I'm just wondering if we might be able to reword goal 1.5 to better get those healthy and balanced neighborhoods.
Mr. Kennedy?
Well, I think the present wording is a reflection of the past problems that we've encountered in neighborhoods that were not healthy and balanced. And I'm not sure if we have any neighborhood in Provo that's 90% owner occupied, perhaps. I'd be surprised. But I do know that we've had some as low as 10% or 15% owner occupied. And so we have focused our attention more on those that need help than those that don't. So that to me explains why we have this language. It doesn't necessarily call out which neighborhoods, but it's almost like understood.
I guess what I'm suggesting is maybe the focus should be on healthy and balanced neighborhoods and
owner occupancy and long-term residency are parts of those, and having a good balance, a good mix,
I would say they're key issues.
I'd say they're key issues as well.
So I'm good with the language the way it is.
I can switch. I've got a couple of legal questions, and Brian may be able to help me with this. Limit additional rental housing outside areas specifically planned for higher density development. Can we limit?
Can I see it? Where are you at?
2.1.5. Is that, can we legally limit rental?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by that, but to the extent that that means that you have a goal of not rezoning property to allow rentals in areas that you don't want rentals, then yeah. And it looks like Gary has a comment.
I think that what the context in which Brian's putting that is, I believe, what was originally intended when that group was going through that was not that they would come in and say, you can't rent out your house, because clearly we can't do that as a city. But the forms and types of housing in certain areas can more readily lend themselves to being turned into rentals than not.
So what if that just needs a little rewording? There's some kind of, to make that statement a little, I don't know, a little more clear.
Yeah, I mean, if you put in a area that's all detached single-family homes subdivision, and you put in a large apartment building, sure, that's going to lend itself to rentals.
Sure. The other legal question I had is require developers, 3.1.4, require, when applicable, and I don't know what that means exactly, require developers to dedicate specific amount of approved open space for parks or pay impact fees. Are we allowing them both, or are we requiring both? Because we do have some requirements for open space, and it gets a little bit tricky for me when we start saying you're helping our parks, and the guy says, okay, well, you're making me do this open space. That's kind of like a park. I worry about the discussion that's going to come with impact fee situation.
Section 3.
Oh, I apologize too. I got the wrong one too.
Hey, talk to me after, because I've got a good answer.
Thank you.
For that.
Thank you. Sorry, I was in 3.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to start by making just a general statement that time to 2050, 34 years ahead of ourselves today seems to be 2030 is 15 years, now we're 36, well, 34 years. So technology has changed so much, especially in transportation, that I wonder why we're doing 2050, but that's just my own view. Starting with section 1, first line, Provo City prioritize our government neighborhoods that accommodate diversity and enrich the quality of life. The word diversity has such a platform. Are we talking about religious diversity, age diversity, social, economic status, ethnicity, number of single adults living in a home, design diversity, sexual orientation diversity? There's so many diversities. And page 7 and page 10 both talk about specific diversity. I'm wondering why we use that, those two words are common diversity. I know with people that talk to me, it's a flag word that they wonder what that means. What are we trying to say? Are we trying to say about these different divisions I just mentioned, or what are we talking about generally? To me, the term is well expressed by saying it's going to maintain neighborhoods that enrich the quality of life. It's just a comment. Okay, on page 7.
So which goal or which objective are you talking about?
Very first line, section.
The very first section 1, the About 1.1.
Any questions on the word diversity?
First line, Provo City is characterized by well-maintained neighborhoods and diversity has such a diverse meaning, like I said, I mentioned 67 types of diversity, what are we talking about there? I should say that's not diversity. I think there's definitely a neighborhood that enrich the quality of life, enhance it, express that God. So, page 7, they talked about diversity of age group, this is projection 1.5.8. So we are talking about civic diversity, goals that general statement talking about. I'm not sure you know what it means. It might be very nice.
Do you know what the original intent was by diversity? Is that diversity in age, diversity in culture?
I put that in because I was trying to get more Democrats in it.
Yeah.
I think
that was Bill's fault.
George caught me.
So,
again, I think the one
I'm not sure.
thing we talked about landscape is the always keep real estate. We've objected 2.1.6. Part landscape is just could achieve real estate. I think that's an important addition there. And if we're really concerned about water usage, we should be encouraging real estate.
Couldn't hear you, Mr. Stewart. Were you saying that you liked that inclusion of the yellow, which could include xeriscape, or no?
I do. I like it.
You do. Okay.
I think it's very important. Water should be a critical issue down the road, particularly when we're talking this far ahead. I think xeriscape is something we need to do. Whereas I've had complaints from people feeling that what the city requires of landscaping isn't suited to water conservation.
Yeah, I think with xeriscape, there is a certain amount of green that, I mean, I know there's a certain amount of green that you have to include even with the xeriscape, so it's not just all xeriscape.
So actually, another one that, prior page. Section 2.3.1. Then it goes to section 2.3.2, encourage homeownership and segregation through neighborhood-based economic solutions. I think that's been mentioned before. I think that needs to be clarified what we're talking about when we're talking about economic solutions program. That's general terms, pretty general.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. It's with the economic assistance programs under, it's down 2.2. And yeah, I thought the same thing. Encourage homeownership and preservation through neighborhood-based economic assistance programs. And I wondered what exactly that meant.
Down payment assistance.
Well, neighborhood-based economic assistance, just for, so that's just for homeowners to be able to down payment assistance. Is that what you think it is? For neighborhoods, homes? I don't know. I guess I don't know.
Clarify it. I mean, should it be, do we have like an interpretation on that?
I think it's the program you're talking about, but neighborhood-based, I think that's referring to having the neighborhoods involved in identifying those properties or those needs, getting the neighborhood involved in that specific.
Like we used to do with like CNRCC committee.
Oh, okay.
Because the neighborhood's not putting up funds, the neighborhood must be playing some other role, right?
Right.
We also,
So what about encourage homeownership and preservation through, well, we haven't really decided on land trust, but something else that encompasses those types of, I don't know, is that same thing, economic assistance program?
Those economic assistance programs were designed around, it would be effective in a particular neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was the intent by saying neighborhood-based, is that the program would apply, the council would identify X neighborhood, and then that program was available in that neighborhood.
CDBG funds have to be spent in income qualified areas that are not completely neighborhood-based, but often the programs are implemented kind of on a neighborhood level.
Yeah.
If I can maybe bring up a point. So I can't speak for the general plan, but Vision 2030 was originally, and we didn't do it well all the time. It was not supposed to be specific. And when we come across those areas, whether it's in the general plan or Vision 2030, they're specific, it would be really great to take them up to that 30,000 foot level. And one of the reasons that we were able to get such strong agreement originally on 2030 is it stayed away from specifics. So we can spend a lot of time disagreeing about the specific ways to accomplish something, but we almost always agree on that end goal. And I think it'd just be a great exercise every time we find ourselves getting down into specifics to say, okay, how do you state it in general terms so it can be interpreted 10 years from now? The method can be determined 10 years from now, but the end goal is what we want to accomplish.
And related to that, you know, I'm glad that we're trying to bring the vision in alignment. You know, I think our general plan needs to be aligned with our vision. And so if we can look through the general plan and find areas where the vision may have holes in it, and I'm glad we're going through this process because I believe we need to create the vision and then align the general plan to the vision, not necessarily align the vision to the general plan. You know, and again, if we find things in the general plan that we say this should be part of our vision, if it's missing, we need to get it in there. But I really think we should define that vision and then align our general plan to it. So
Which kind of answers the question George had about why 2050. Because that allows you to talk about principles and not specific ways that you're going to accomplish that.
And then if I can, before we get too much further, Mr. Stewart's question about diversity, or his point about diversity. I know it's outside of the 3 sections that we wanted to touch on today, but just want to throw out that Section 10 is called Unity. Having gone through the committees again, it's been updated to Diversity and Unity, but even before the title was changed, it dives into, I mean, the first sentence is Provo City is home to a growing and highly diversified population, and goes through some of those categories. So if we're going to have a discussion on diversity and what it means and how much it should be in here, I think Section 10 needs to be a part of that consideration.
Actually, David, I like what kind of diversity you're talking about, because that makes it clearer than just the jail, using the word itself.
It's a small section, but it is a whole section on that addresses some of that.
Mr. Connect?
Well, most of them, doesn't address them all. There's so many, it doesn't talk about economic diversity, it talks about religious diversity. Some you don't talk about, obviously.
So
I have some other comments, but I can't see who wants to talk.
Yeah, Mr. Connect next, and then you'll go after him.
Objective 2.3.5, I have a question.
I've been on that.
The single black couple families and the elderly. Can you say over the older?
2.3.5.
These that are getting elderly becomes kind of sensitive to that. People just old and not elderly. Also, I have a question. So 2.7.1, do our ordinance now require magnifier and light safety sites for multi-residential commercial development? Are we now in line with that, or should we do?
We're requiring what's in the uniform, the International Building Code and Fire Code. I don't think those have gone to the point of requiring sprinklers in single-family detached homes yet, but we're complying with both of those documents.
Both multi-residential and commercial, we are in compliance with our code.
Yes, we are.
Yes, in licensing, apartment licensing requires multi-residential buildings that were built previous to smoke detectors being available to put in smoke detectors in their buildings. They'll have to be hardwired, but they do need smoke detectors.
We've gotten section 9 yet.
No, we're not gonna do section 9.
No, not today. Well, it was the. Yes, no, it is today. So if you had a comment on that, go ahead. We just, we haven't touched on it very strongly yet. Did you have a comment or did you go to Mr. Connect? Did you have another comment, Mr. Stewart?
Let me make some comments. 9.2. Reduce reliance on automobiles by encouraging alternative modes of transportation. Do we really want to reliance on automobiles with ride share coming up and self-driving vehicles? Are we sure that's really congruent with what we want? That's my first question. Second question, by encouraging, I like the word cost-effective or needed alternative modes of transportation. I think we need to refine that sense, in my mind anyway, question reliance on automobiles since we don't really know the technology that's going to exist in 2040, 2050. Ride sharing could be a better answer than a polluting bus. And then encouraging cost-effective and needed alternative modes of transportation. I'd like to see that in there.
Did you have other comments, Mr. Stewart?
Actually, just one more on 9.3. Are we saying 9.3, it was expressed by our current street status reflects the time frame defining of 30 years ago? Is that really true? And I just question that. I thought our current street status were perfect, but I didn't think they were 30 years old.
That was an actual comment made in a meeting.
No, but if it is true, we don't want to put it in there.
We kind of touched on that earlier, Mr. Stewart, about some newer guidelines, NACTO guidelines that might be a way that we could look at for future. It's more of a, I don't know, Bill, if you want to explain, more of a complete street type approach to how we build and put in our new roads and how we, when we redo our roads, doing it with an eye toward more of the complete street standard.
I'm not questioning the need for improvement. I just question putting a comment like that in there because it gives it credibility. It's not, if it's true, maybe we want to leave it in there.
No, that was highlighted for council discussion. I mean, that was not intended as proposed language. That was intended as council discussion.
I don't like to comment unless it's true.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard your Bill. He might want to explain.
So that highlight there was put in for council discussion, not as proposed language, because I knew that was going to be a flashpoint. So I just wanted council input.
I was just doing that council discussion.
Council discussion.
Yes.
And also with those comments in yellow, those are comments that have come up from individuals in the community, and we put them in there because of a couple of reasons. One being a promise that their comments would make it to decision makers, and two, we wanted to be transparent for people to see that we weren't cherry picking and ignoring comments that would come in.
That's understandable. You have to be careful what we're including in the final draft.
And that, I think we would suggest, it's not a 60,000 foot level to talk about our current standards being 30 years old, even if that may be true. I think a 60,000 foot level would talk about the future of where we want to go and not talk about, characterizing the relative merit of our current standards. I just don't think that's helpful to the discussion.
You could take the word current out of the first line encourage utilization of street standards and design tools to promote complete streets, and then not make the assumption that it's too old or it's not modern enough. It says we ought to use street standards to get to complete streets. I think that would be pretty simple, and I think it would get over the concern.
Is there a better word than streets?
It's kind of the art
Okay.
today. Now, again, it may not be in 20 years, but
In essence, what I think we're trying to say is that we want to be really in tune as the way we move around the city changes, that our streets, that we're not building streets that don't adopt those changes. And complete streets has become the catch-all for certain things, but as we know complete streets today, that may be different needs in 20 years.
So it's kind of to morph or to accommodate those last two comments, it could be something along the lines of encourage utilization of street standards and design tools to promote livable streets. And I don't think anyone would complain about a livable street, so it may not even, we may not even need to talk about appropriate areas of the city. I think everyone in the city, every area of the city would want to have livable streets. I don't know, there might be a better term than livable though.
But it goes more towards the direction of what the streets need at the time.
Yeah, the vision rather than the tool.
And it kind of makes the point too that we're looking towards complete streets as opposed to the incomplete ones that we currently have, right? And so that's kind of, that's kind of what you're getting away from too, is that, you know, we're trying to make it more livable or better or improve upon rather than.
Or somebody 10 years from now could come and say, see, that meant you should connect 1450. Complete that street.
And you know what? We're asking for a complete street build out, center line median, and we're asking for a complete street.
So I have a comment. It goes back to the very first page, section 1, family and neighborhoods. I've been sitting here rereading that first paragraph, and words do matter. We find that out painfully 200 years later in the Constitution, how carefully choosing your words matters. But as I read this paragraph, it talks about, it's all about neighborhoods, well-maintained neighborhoods, maintaining their own unique sense of place, neighborhoods that are well-connected and offer recreational opportunities, neighborhoods that offer families and individuals a positive environment, etc. It's neighborhoods, neighborhoods, neighborhoods. So in that first sentence, since everything is talking about the physical neighborhood, I read that and I'm going, what kind of diversity are we talking about here? And I remember the Vision 2030 fellows coming down and saying, boy, you've really got the best diversity of any community in the valley or in the state. We just have an incredible housing diversity. And we do want housing that meets the various needs and life cycles of the people that live in a neighborhood. So if I was to clarify this, I would say that accommodate housing diversity. That's the type of diversity that seems appropriate in this paragraph. That's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
I think there's a lot more to it than just housing.
Oh, there is, but you see, just every time the word diversity is mentioned, we automatically revert to the common popular discussion of diversity. But I'm saying in this case, I think it's all about the makeup, the physical structure of the neighborhood, and the neighborhood needs to be diverse. And the way you make it diverse in its structure sense is by having different kinds of housing within the neighborhood. And we struggle with that, where you get maybe too much of one kind in a neighborhood, whether it's low income or where it's totally exclusive and just a complete gated community like maybe Highland.
So that's 2 cents on that, but I'd like to move on to something else, 9.25. 9.25 on page 28 of what I'm looking at. And it says, move Union Pacific switching yard south. And I'm going, I think we've had that discussion, and it was seemingly not possible, so do we want to leave it in there? Is that still something that we want to consider?
It's a vision I've got.
Vision, yeah.
I don't want to make lots of comments, and I just made an off color me about Goshen, but you know, we need at least one and probably two more overpasses or underpasses that cost a ton. So if you just look at the economics, there's got to be some negotiating that can go on with the railroad and with our own needs and come up with something better than having the switchyard where it is.
So let me talk about the philosophy of Vision 2030 again. One of the reasons to push it so far out is you didn't have to be practical. You didn't have to have answers, and you didn't have to have funding for things. And by putting it that far out, we're not asking, can we afford this? We're simply asking what we would like. And so it is helpful and remarkably, we checked off a whole bunch of things that we didn't think we could afford or we didn't think we had a path forward on simply because we articulated that they were important to us. So I'd encourage us not to, ask those questions. This is about what we want, not what we can afford.
Okay, I can understand that. The other thing that I wrote down in my notes is I really took a lot of extra time trying to compare this chapter to the chapter in Vision 2030, which is section 12. It somehow has been transposed from 12 to 9, right? We changed the number.
Yeah, because we got rid of 3 sections that will, because this is what's going to go in the general plan. So 3 sections, education, healthcare, image and communication, are going to go in this.
So, but beyond the fact that it isn't section 12 anymore, there was, goal 12.1, 12.2, 12.3. A lot of that stuff got rearranged or just eliminated. And then 9.25, I don't find this in the original document. To me, this is new language, but it's not shown as new language.
It is in the blue
in
and
the
red.
blue.
So this is what was added by the most recent pass through the committee.
Got it. Okay.
Let me also come back to this concept of, even though I told you not to worry about what we can't afford, you're also getting very specific by, say, moving Union Pacific switching yard.
Yeah.
So the better thing would be to say, what is it that we want to have happen? Today, that's how we would do it, but we'll go up higher than moving the yard. What is it that we want to have happen?
Well, we do want to provide additional pedestrian and vehicle access points or overpasses.
Right. Yeah, and then what I'm saying is avoids how.
Yeah.
We want better connectedness and best use of the area downtown.
One way to do that is
moving the switching.
Right, so do we then leave moving it in there? I mean, when it might be something that you put underneath.
I think to me, it's a specific way to accomplish a higher goal. So this is the higher goal. What is the higher goal? Not the specific of how you get there.
So you would take it out.
Let me keep coming back to, we couldn't completely do this in the first version because there was so much temptation to put specifics in. But it's just a good principle to keep in mind that fewer specifics, the more vision it is.
Do you have a quick comment? We need to move on. Just a quick comment.
Yeah. I guess I can't tell if things are constantly shifting or if I'm just really slow on the uptake. But so the goal is for what we're looking at now to be an adopted section in the general plan.
Yes, what we're hoping to end up with is a document that'll go into chapter 1 of the general plan. All of these red words, those are in the current chapter 1 of the general plan.
Okay.
And so you guys had a long discussion about how do we meld these documents.
Yeah.
And so that's what we thought we would do.
Awesome. I think that's wonderful. I thought at one point we were moving away from that. So, okay, so we're looking at this, everything that we're looking at, these sections being chapter 1 in the general plan. Wonderful. Excellent. Love it.
May I make a suggestion for our next pass of this? I don't know if this has been frustrating or good, but all the different people with all the different things in a short limited time is difficult. What if on the next time we do this, you all email Bill all of these things that you have on your list, let him incorporate them into the document. There's a fair amount of them that are simply a better way to say things and not changing philosophy or
Fixing stuff.
Yeah, practice. Let him then come with another color, right, that represents all of your feedback. And I think we could probably narrow this down to 2 or 3 things to spend the time on. Does that make sense? And then let me make one more suggestion, and that is that staff come in yet another color and recommend which changes to the red they feel like you should consider. And so instead of just throwing it out that we get questions about this, they've actually put it on ink that you should consider different.
Is Bill okay getting those recommendations at about 3 a.m.?
You don't have to look at it at 3 a.m.
I'm good with that, I'm good with that.
Don't you think we could move through this quicker based on that?
Yeah, recommendation.
That'd be great.
All right.
So we do know 2 weeks in advance what we're gonna be doing the next 3 sections, so we can do that.
Yeah.
Bill follows Trump on Twitter, so.
I'm up to that.
Okay, well, thank you. Appreciate you presenting today. Appreciate all the comments.
The next item is a Provo City Community Development Department requests review and recommendation of the Southeast Neighborhood Plan for those South and Springfield neighborhoods, and this will be presented by Austin Torres.
Thank you. As I was contemplating maybe one of the best ways to utilize your time today, we'll get into the plan a little bit. I believe that most of you probably had time to read it fairly thoroughly from an overview standpoint, but I thought I would maybe present to you a little bit of the process that we've been through so far with this. This plan has been underway for almost 2 years now. The majority of that occurring in the first year, and then some feedback periods and revisions and things like that that have occurred over the last year to get us to where we are now. The kickoff meeting for this actually started in January of 2015. We emailed out over 3,000 postcards to all the property owners, and then when a property owner and a resident and a residential address didn't match up, we actually even sent postcards to to the occupants of that address to make sure that we were trying to incorporate as many people and interested stakeholders for the area. We had a fairly good attendance, I guess, in public outreach standards of about a little bit over 70 individuals that showed up to the meeting. In the meeting, we basically kicked off the discussion of what are the great things that you love about your neighborhood, what are the things that we need to improve in the neighborhood, what would you like to see to have this plan address. And then after that, we took those who were willing from that group that wanted to serve on what we're calling an advisory committee then we started basically bi-weekly meetings with a smaller group that the discussion could be a little more intimate and a little more refined as to some of those bigger comments that were being had during that kickoff meeting. With that group in February, we established the goals, the actual goals that we wanted this plan to address. So taking that input that was fairly well vetted, as well as the input that had been received during the kickoff meeting, and then a continual feedback from an online survey that was out at the time that we were doing these. Staff took and basically tried to balance all of that through the process to come up to a stage where we felt comfortable that we had sufficient data and sufficient feedback to where we could draft a neighborhood plan, which is a little bit more refined than the vision that you guys were just discussing, but is still a planning level document, not intended to give exact specifics of an implementation, but to give a clear direction of where the next step would be. This is probably about as close to the ground level as you would get on a planning level document before you're really talking about refined ordinances and implementation of these things. So as I mentioned, the advisory committee, we were meeting every 2 weeks. That lasted for, I want to say it was about 5 months that we had those meetings before we felt comfortable with the level of feedback that we received, where we then presented an initial draft to that committee as a rough draft format to get their initial responses before we posted that online and sought the broader public comment on that. They had some comments and feedback that we needed to reanalyze, and so we went through that process again, and then in December of 2015 we posted basically the first official draft online. The website that we posted it on and the social media blast that we did, we got a little bit over 300 views on it of individuals that went in to look at the plan. And after a couple months, we had received 6 responses about comments and or concerns about the plan. And so we felt like that we really wanted better feedback than what we got. So we held another neighborhood meeting, a broad neighborhood meeting with a large announcement of where that would be, asking for more input. In that meeting, we reminded people that the draft was online and that we were looking for that feedback and that we weren't going to move forward until we felt like everybody was comfortable with the direction that things were heading. We didn't get much response even after that. During the neighborhood meeting, we got some good response that we were able to incorporate and refine as we went through things, but we didn't see much after that, so we went ahead and put it on a planning commission agenda without asking the planning commission to make a motion and advertise it that way. Again, the sole purpose was to basically exhaust every opportunity that we could think of giving people a chance to look at the plan, read it, and give us their feedback about how that plays out. After the planning commission meeting, the advisory committee that had been assembled asked for some more time. They wanted to review things more in depth and provide some specific feedback to us. They felt like there were some shortfalls in the document, but they didn't feel comfortable providing the feedback quite yet. So we went ahead and put the document on hold until the latter part of April. They felt that they had their feedback basically assembled for us and in a way that they could articulate. We took that in a meeting and refined again. Now at this point we're at version 4 of the draft, and again published that online and went through a couple month waiting period before putting it on a planning commission agenda. In the planning commission, there were a few minor comments that were made. Honestly, nothing of great substance change, but important feedback to get still. And the planning commission felt like the substance of the document was there, and that the refinements that we might need to make could be handled basically between the waiting period of when they would look at it and now this point where I'm standing before you. So they recommended approval of the plan with the condition that staff get the specific feedback from those members who had made comment during the public hearing portion of the Planning Commission. So we asked over the next couple weeks of that for those who had made comments to give very specific identification of what they wanted changed or how they wanted it changed, so that we weren't making assumptions on our end of how to achieve what maybe the broader comment was that they made. So as I go through maybe some of the quick highlights of this, I'll try and point out, basically we got 4 changes that they requested in there, and I'll point those out to you just so that you're aware. The document that you're looking at now is that updated document with those 4 changes incorporated in it. It's not the exact document the Planning Commission saw. So Bryce, if you could just hit that button right there, so it'll scroll through a little bit easier. Thank you. So again, this is the southeast area. It includes 3 different neighborhoods: Provo South and Spring Creek. So all of those were incorporated as part of that. Hence, 3,000 plus postcards to all the properties in the area. This section down here, the neighborhood plan goals, as I mentioned previously, before we ever even started drafting the plan, we wanted to understand what the neighborhood was looking to get out of this. These goals are more or less what was articulated by the residents, either those who served on the advisory committee, those who commented during the kickoff meeting, or responses that were received in the online survey that was 4 or 5 months long. So with all of that feedback, we tried to combine things together that were similar and word things in a way that made sense, but the substance of what they were saying and what they were looking to achieve is basically what is identified here. While we're on this page, I'll just point out this is one of the changes that has occurred from the comments since Planning Commission, is that they wanted a bullet point added to the scope of the document for fostering healthy neighborhoods. This first part of the section is generally, it's really an analysis of existing plans. This is not any recommendations of this plan, but it's putting it in a concise document of helping us understand that there are multiple different planning documents, the general plan, the Slate Canyon Area Master Plan, which in all honesty is pretty much a neighborhood plan, but not as geographically defined as this specific plan. One of the interesting things about this plan is, as we went through the entire process, to make a long story short, in essence, it was determined by the advisory committee that the Slate Canyon Area Master Plan was basically insufficient for what they wanted to see now. There's not a whole lot of land use recommendation in the Slate Canyon Area Master Plan, primarily the gel site and then this area along Buckley Draw. The area along Buckley Draw was more or less what they were looking to do, but the gel site property became one of much more intense discussion, especially later on after the first draft of the plan went out, to define whether what the Slate Canyon Area Master Plan calls as mixed density residential, whether that was appropriate or not. In the end, this plan, as it sits in front of you, recommends basically eliminating the Slate Canyon Area Master Plan to be replaced by this plan. And this plan makes a different recommendation than what Slate Canyon Area does for the jail property. again, more plans out there, the Transportation Master Plan, Bicycle Master Plan, and Vision 2030, which we're now looking to update. Section or Chapter 2 of the plan basically analyzes existing conditions. Because this is a 2-year process, I will admit the current data that we started with was the 2013 American Community Survey by the U.S. Census Bureau. And so having something that began with 2013 data and a process that takes 2 years, especially in our economic climate, some of the data might be slightly out of date, though it doesn't drastically affect the recommendations that come later on. For instance, in housing value, as I mentioned, current economic conditions, housing values, as we know, are rising quite considerably. But where that relates, if you take that snapshot in time, where it relates to the broader whole of Provo City, or even the region in general, it at least gives you an idea of where that area is sitting. So that's the intent of why we're going through and analyzing these things.
Mr. Green, could we pause for a minute if there are questions from council members, like specific questions about the plan? We're pressing the time right now. Is that okay? If we,
Yeah.
Do you mind taking questions from?
I apologize, but I actually didn't have an end time for this. So
okay.
What do you want me to
Okay.
keep it to?
Well, we're
It
beyond.
sounds like you're at
We're there, but I do want to give councilors, if they have any pressing questions that they want to ask
Perfect.
you right now.
Perfect.
If you have a question about the plan, go ahead, Mr. Knapp.
I just like to compliment you for your patience in working with the neighborhood. And I think in the long run, even though we at first kind of missed the elephant in the room, which is this large demographic of young professionals, singles, that came to the forefront, and one of the committee members made a recommendation, which is now in here, about creating an overlay, kind of a matching overlay right there that could influence things on the west side of State Street. In other words, build something for a demographic that has never been built before, because this demographic is here and it's not going to go anywhere soon. And if we can meet their needs by building some housing that is better suited to their lifestyle, then it just might work better, because they've tried to move into what was designed to be just traditional family housing, and wasn't enough parking. Parking became an issue. Anyway, I'm happy that we came to a place that was different and better than when we started.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate your.
Could I maybe just highlight, just because of the Planning Commission recommendation, can I just highlight the 3 additional things that were changed in the plan so that you're aware of them?
Yeah,
Do we have, I can do it in 1.5 minutes.
1.5 minutes, I'm trying to.
Okay. Well, if this works. Just pass it. There originally was a map here with a there's language in there that suggests that the neighborhood boundaries might not be quite accurate as to supporting every residential community that's in there. They felt uncomfortable with that map, although the recommendation is still there by text. It's a very small portion of the plan now, as opposed to the paragraph or so that it was given in the map, as well as an addition about re-emphasizing the abundance of rental properties that are in the area. And then the last is an added sentence at the end of the batching overlay, just highlighting that there's increased parking requirements with those.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation. We'll now turn the time to Mayor with the administrative updates.
We're good.
You ready? Okay. All right, then we'll look for a meeting, or we need to, want to close meeting, you want to
Yeah.
introduce that? Mr.
There has been a request for a closed meeting. I believe there's two items, one from the administration, one from the council. Both of them do fall under the approved reasons for a closed meeting, strategy sessions for regarding real property or discussion of character and competence of an individual. So it would be appropriate for the motion to close the meeting.
Look for a motion to close the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Harding. Those in favor? Aye. Thank you. The voting is unanimous.
George, we'll call you back in about 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
That's it. 14 months. That won't be Disneyland.